Hello everyone! Welcome to the Forest of Memories. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, your guardian, your high remembrancer, and your arbiter, and the reminiscing bard of Twilight. It's spooky month! Why is Grit here? Hang on. There we go. Fixed. Hope you're all doing well. Again, it is spooky month, so we're back playing Bioshock. I hopefully figured out how to get it to work properly now, and I think I should be able to keep my Vtuber studio model working too. So let's hope, right? I hope so, anyway. One thing I'm going to do first, though. Wait a minute, did that work? Yep. There we go. Hopefully that does well for the audio. I had some people say that the audio was kind of out of sync. So, we fixed it, hopefully. Yeah, that is pretty cool, isn't it, Thomas? Alright, so. If y'all recall, the last time we were here... excuse me. We're in Fort Frolic. Hope y'all can hear me all right. Y'all let me know if you can't. But yeah, we're here in Fort... Oh. Does that... Hold on. One moment. Excuse me. Gotta take pictures. What I was saying was we're here in Fort Frolic having to do, you know, the damn artist stuff for him. And we walked in here and had a flashback of some stripper who knows who Andrew Ryan is. Let's see if he actually calls a little sister. Yep. I hear a little sister. So that means, sadly, well, not really, but... Alright, we're gonna have to do something about that, I'm afraid. So... Spin! There we go.
Don't fucking judge me! Blood! Blood everywhere! Come back! I didn't mean anything by it!
There we go. Didn't set off any alarms either. But we are going to have to deal with the Big Daddy, so... Ow! Okay. Alright, okay, hold on a minute. Ow. Ow, got him. Alright, real quick. Because remember, we have to take pictures of the little sisters, too. Alright. Now then. Because I'm not a dick, we're going to rescue all of them. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Right. Okay, so now that that's done... Sorry I keep looking over to the off side of the camera. I'm trying to make sure my model's actually tracking. Because, you know, last time we did this, the model kept locking up. Is it alright? Can y'all, like, see it constantly moving? Like its mouth moving and all that stuff? Welcome to the circus of value! That's gonna get so annoying. Alright, cool. So, let's see what Mr. Ryan was doing with this stripper.
I thought you had forgotten about poor Jasmine, but I am so glad you didn't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I
Uh-oh.
didn't know. I didn't know Fontaine had something to do with it. What are you doing? No, don't, please. I loved you, don't, please, no.
Well, that's just... Well, that's disturbing.
That creepy Dr. Tenenbaum promised me it wasn't going to be a real pregnancy. They just take the egg out once Mr. Ryan and I had... Oh, I needed the money so bad. But I know Mr. Ryan's going to suss it out. Gonna know I wasn't being careful. Gonna know I sold the... Mr. Ryan's gonna be so mad at me.
Wait. So, hold on. So... So... Let me get this straight. You had a child with Andrew Ryan, and then you sold the baby without even telling Ryan that he had a son. That's pretty screwed up on your end, I'm not gonna lie, but it's even more screwed up that his response was to murder her. Well.
How about some fucking service around here? Really, I'm just, do something! Things that man let me do. Fuck you!
Fuck you too. 1 minute, everybody. I'm trying to... I had my D-pad working, my bottom button D-pad working a while ago, and now I think it's locked back up again. Which sucks, because I kind of need it. Yeah, it's great. Locked back up. Great. Oh well. Alright.
Who does he think he is?
Going somewhere? Wait a minute. Yeet! Get your butt back here. Man, how much damage can you take? I don't have a sprint button, I gotta chase him. Ah! Could have had him. Get back here. Got him.
He was on the mount, but he was vigorous. Get the photo before it completely dries out.
There we go.
It's coming together. Yes. But there will always be doubters. You don't doubt. I could never stomach doubters. That's 3 of 4. What's that look? You don't like it, do you? Need to be judged by you? By anyone? Screw you! Screw all you fucking doubters! Here's what I say to all of you!
Sir, please calm down. This is a Wendy's. Uh-oh.
Fly away, little moth! Fly!
What have you done? Oh, I see. Oh shit. I should wait. Is this oh god, is this music available to the public? Ah, crap. Cuz this is isn't this a symphony? Like, is this what's the word for it? If it's open and available to the public. Because, like, if this is still copyright, I might need to turn the music off. Because, like, I get it. It's a cool moment, but, like, pretty sure the Symphonia are public domain. Let me check. Please do. Because, fun fact, by the way, on the Bioshock 1 VOD, like the part 1, the VOD I uploaded yesterday, so I actually got a partial copyright strike, or not a strike, but I got a copyright warning because of the 10 seconds I spent before I got on the bathysphere to head down into Rapture. Turns out that music I was getting a copyright check from those weird music people, and I literally was like, okay, screw it, we'll just mute the video then. Pete's sake, it's beautiful music. It should be public domain at this point. You can't copyright something, at least in my opinion, that's over like, God knows how old. Pretty sure the Symphonia are public domain. Please do. Because, like, again, if they're not, then we can mute the music, which sucks, but what are you going to do? Not much I can do in this case. Because, again, I don't want to get a copyright strike. But I can also make the counterpoint that this is, like, these are amazing symphonies that should be free for anyone to listen to. And the fact that you're going to copyright strike it, saying, oh, you don't own this, neither do you. It's music. It's a symphony. You can't, like, again, I know modern stuff is different, but back in the, is this Cohen? Yes, it's Cohen. He's mobbing us, while playing a symphony in the background. Yeah, Sander Cohen, Mr. Psychopath. Yeah, so this is his music. Is that... Yeah, Laz, that's him. Let's see. Okay, I'm good. I literally I know what this is, I just don't know what it's called. Oh, Waltz of the Flowers. Okay, cool. Ow. What a waste of good AP ammunition. I'll give you a smile. Force push. Get off my stairs. Bye-bye. Dance, my pretties, dance! Ow. Uh-huh.
The birth is so close now. The labor pains can bloom the judgments and drive the passions of even the finest spirits.
Please, for the love of God, stop talking about your artwork comparing your artwork to pregnancy and birth. I'm already this close to wanting to shoot you. Alright, we got 460 Atom to work with, so let's see. I want the health and Eve upgrade. Reduce prices in vending machine. That'll come in handy, but let's see. All right, well, let's get a... Yeah, get a new physical tonic. Get a combat tonic. And then we can get an engineering... Well, wait. Hang on. Yes, I know what that is. Kind of wish I could, like... Oh, right, I have to go to a gene bank. Right, if I want to look at everything, I have to go to a gene bank. Ah, right. I mean, the engineering tonics are not really, like... I've been using auto-hack tools, so I'm not really worried about that. Have you considered being accepting of his oddities? That's not very cash money of you, Zaruk. Maybe the artist just misunderstood. He's killing people! Like, my appreciation for someone's creativity and their quirks goes out the door when they murder people. Anyway, as cool as it would be to be Dr. Bees 2! No, I'm going with Sonic Blast, Sonic Boom 2. And then we'll, go with the vending expert. There we go. Alright. Alright, we got all the photos, so now it's time to put up with whatever happens next. Before I do that, though, I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm gonna need to stock up before this. So where's my...
Welcome to the Circus of Value. Come back when you get some money, buddy.
This convenient briefcase full of bees should help. Yeah, you got that right, Kino. How you doing, by the way? Welcome. Well, no. See, Cohen wasn't always insane. The problem is being down here drove the people insane. I mean, heck, the splicers are like this because of the air. But yeah, thank you for showing up, Kino. Eating time. Okay, we'll go enjoy dinner. Maybe we'll see you again. How'd you find me, by the way? It's a question for you when you get back. Anyway, let's put this final piece on you.
Find your path to Ryan is now clear. Sanders said. Oh, yes. You may avail yourself upon one of my lesser works as a token of our time together. If you had become my one and true disciple, you might have been worthy of seeing inside the box of my most private news.
Wait a minute. Are the subtitles on? Thought I turned them on. Huh. I think it's a bug. Oh, okay.
But who knows if that man is yet even born?
By the way, don't kill this man yet. We need him alive for now. The hell you mean?
Go.
First of all, I want what's in that box. Second of all, he just said that if I had been his actual disciple, I could get into the box. I don't want to wait. I say we kill him now. But fine. Delta says let him live for now. Fine. I'll let him live. For now. We will be back. Better be a damn good reason for this. Have we explored everything yet? No, we have not. Hang on. Oh, right. Power of the people station in the apartment. Okay. Well, then let's go to where he was staying. Can't access his apartment when he's dead. Okay, well.
Honey? Come on, baby.
Don't call me baby. Only my wife gets to call me that.
What? Stop,
There's the projector room. Insulate yourself from harm. That's cool. Fun fact, by the way, it's a bit of irony, but I think it's a really cool irony. The director's commentary is actually here in the film room, which is cool. His apartment is on another level. Yeah, I think he's saying I need to leave him alive so we can get access to his apartment later. Which is fine, because I'm pretty sure he's still alive in Bioshock 2, if I recall correctly. Pretty sure he's still alive, so fine. The creep gets to live a little bit longer. Maybe with his masterpiece done, he'll calm down.
In the theater, a woman gets used to attention.
Oh, right. This is where it gets creepy. His own personal collection room. Right. Okay. I hear that. Yep, I heard that turret. Okay, so there's 3 safes here. Pretty sure I've only got 1 auto hack left. Or 2. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. What? Oh, it's one of these guys, the Houdinis. And let's do this one. And then the final one, don't worry about it. I don't care. Action shot? Yep. Natural camouflage. Where'd you go? Oh. This one doesn't talk. What the hell? There we go. Nothing of value was lost. Alright. So now... there's a lot of stuff places I didn't check out. Fine. We'll do some exploration first. Wrong way. I have no idea, Aaron. Probably, I could probably have different costumes. One as myself and then another for Grit. I guess it depends.
What happened to me?
This is surprise. Haha, game corner. Oh, lovely. Disarm these traps. There we go.
Fine. I guess we're done here.
I don't see the point in using the gambling machines, because again, you're gonna lose money in the end, so why bother? I'd say between this level and another one are hard to choose as my favorite. I don't like Fort Frolic, honestly. Dancing to Cohen's tune just annoys me, really. I don't know why. I think it's just, you know, him being here just irritates me. At least it's over quickly, so. Anyway, I hear another Big Daddy.
I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Come back, please.
Ah. Don't really want to square up with... Ah, screw it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Square up! Ow. Oh. Oh, well, he just triggered a vandalism alarm. Well, he knocked me into it, so technically I triggered it. Oh, now, okay. This ain't fair. Hang on. Ow. Yeah, this is a bad idea. Damn, you're quick for a big guy. Got him. Freaking alarm. Man, I just lost so many of my first aid kits. This is remastered Bioshock. Yeah, this is the remastered version. Whew.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Oh, we were already in here. Actually, wait. If I recall correctly, we escaped out of here. Yep, thought so. First aid kits. In Gundam Build Rate? Yeah, I could see that. A Munch avatar? I mean, he's a cool character design, so why not? Anyway. Let's see. It's the only place I haven't gone. Another casino, for Pete's sake.
I found her that way.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Look what you idiots did. Great. And the only other way to turn them off is way back there. Great. Hey, what's up?
Not much. How goes Rapture?
Well, turns out that, even if it's not my fault, people can set off the alarms, so... So I'm on the run from the security bots.
I think that's always been a thing, so... I believe because the game tries to encourage you to murder anything before it trips the sensors because...
Well, it's because it's because the glass got broken in the displays, so they think you're doing vandalism.
Yep, okay. That makes sense. It's a neat little bit of realism in a rather unrealistic type game.
Yep. Anyway, that'll do it. So, that should be everything around here. So, oh, wait, no.
I'm a star. Not you.
Any new plasmids yet, or still kind of just...
No, I did all of Cohen's stuff, and Delta Zero told me to keep him alive, because apparently, in the later level, you can find his apartment, and if he's dead, you can't get into it.
Yep.
Which, to me, I'm like, why would I keep this psychopath alive? But that's a good reason, and apparently he's alive in the sequel, so...
Yeah, so it's the canon events anyway. Which is also something to point out that for anyone who has ever seen the Dead Rising series, canonically you do not save the little girl in 2, which is sad.
Yeah. How about Chuck turns into like a psychopath, or like, well, just becomes super depressed.
Yeah, and he has a little doll instead of his daughter on his back.
Oh, that's...
Because canonically, she does not make it. You can't. It is 100% possible to have her make it, but apparently you're not supposed to.
Oh, well, that's depressing.
It is. But, I mean, I don't know. Chuck Green was a rather odd guy, but again, so is like everybody in that whole game series. So.
Yeah. Wait, I thought canonically she does get saved because she's the blonde girl in Dead Rising 3, is what Thomas said.
Well, that's weird then, because think about it. He is indeed Chuck is indeed a psycho in one of the later games because he has that fake doll on his back that is supposed to be his daughter. I thought the doll was because they got separate and he goes nuts trying to find her. Maybe. But you can rescue her because, in theory, you can, like... There is enough Zombrex to keep her alive and not have her go into a zombie, because she does turn into a zombie if you don't get her fed. That's, like, the whole secondary plot point. Not Dead Rising 2. Dead Rising 2's case West is canon. Off the Record?
It's a spin-off,
Oh.
not canon.
You're right. I think it is off the record. Maybe you are right. I don't know. Trying to keep track of canon in that game is wild. It's like trying to keep I mean, the only thing that you have to think of, trying to not be actually. Sorry, I'm used to actually. I had friends that were always the actually nerds.
Don't worry about it, Kino.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, so this is always one of the most annoying parts, is that you have to go through all of your messages and find the one talking about, like, if there's any codes or anything. Nope. 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 Yeah, because otherwise you have to hack everything. Hey, Maneki, thank you for the follow. Don't know why my alerts are not going off, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. Please, make yourself at home.
Interesting.
What?
All right, so it's kind of a toss-up for that. Back to the Dead Rising thing. When she was in Dead Rising 2, when Katie succumbs to the infection, the notebook lists her as dead. This is unlike any other infected survivor who are all listed as undead when they turn.
So that would imply that Chuck put down his own daughter. which is
Presumably after she turned, I'd
yeah, which is
imagine.
even more depressing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you think back to the cutscene that happened, if you don't get her the Zombrex, it is pretty obvious what actually ended up happening. 'Cause
Yeah.
he came in there, the camera doesn't turn to show you, but he falls to his knees in despair, and then the
Yeah.
game resumes, I believe, or maybe it's a game over. I don't remember exactly.
One sec. Nah. God, that's disturbing. Those people aren't going to come to life, are they? Hold on. Yeah, those are people covered in... Those are dead people in plaster. You missed it earlier when Laz was like... Laz joked, you goes, maybe you should try to understand this guy. And I'm like, my acceptance of people's quirks goes out the window when they murder people.
True.
Oh, that's not creepy at all.
A couple seconds behind. Oh, the one sitting in the corner?
Yeah. Let's see.
Because some of the psychos in the Dead Rising series you can kind of sympathize with. That's what really makes them interesting. And then some of them are just psychos, but you know, it's whatever.
Let's go with the... Oh! Yep, thought so. You can't Weeping Angel me! Oh, by the way, Kata, it turns out the first VOD that I did, turns out that 10 seconds where I was standing in front of the bathysphere at the start of the game, actually got a copyright warning, because apparently that music, despite being, you know, available for decades at this point, was apparently had a copyright thing on it. I had to mute the whole 10 seconds.
You know, what's funny is that you had that happen with, what was it called? It was that JRPG that you played ages ago. You have a
Grandia?
couple of clips.
Grandia?
Grandia had that happen too. But when you think about it, like, why would it not? It's a game that really was made before people were trying to figure out how to get rid of copyright stuff. But
Yeah.
if that's the argument, why is this got cut? It's whatever. But it's always one of those things where I have to go like, oh crap. Well, how are we supposed to fix this if it does show up? So.
All right.
Also, Maple, thank you for helping out Zaruk when I'm not present sometimes with the videos, as well as I'm happy with you being able to learn some of the clipping stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Maple's been super helpful.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we're done here, thank God. And I'll leave the psycho alive because we have to. So.
You can murder him when you get to see him later. That's all. You have to get into his little thingy, and then you can murder his ass.
Well, no, if he's going to be alive in the sequel, it's better to leave him alive.
I guess, yeah.
You live for now, Sandra Cohen. For now. You live merely because I allow it. Alright, welcome to my favorite area of the game.
He never rests in Hephaestus. Never rest in Hephaestus, like a Lazarus Spectre giving breath to the breathless. Oof. They're pretty full in first aid, though.
Mm-hmm.
You can use some. I mean, how often you're actually? That's true. You're going to be using your pistol more often than you care to admit in most games like this.
Yeah.
How often you're gonna use it more than you think it is. Yeah. Oh man, I'll shut up about this. Play.
Oh no, he let me live because I helped him craft his masterpiece. Otherwise, and he did try to kill me when he played Waltz of the Flowers and all the splicers tried to murder me. So.
What's really funny is this is also the first game to have you be scanning opponents to be learning things about them, I
Yeah,
think.
and doing more damage, but
Yeah, because, fun fact, that's just something you can do in Warframe.
yeah.
Like, I mean, actually, I think it's so you can know what they drop. I don't know if it's damage increase, but, it's still a crucial part of everything. Yes, that's what most people do, Thomas. Actually, I feel like they all set up the booby traps to make sure that the little sister can do her thing without being interrupted.
Yep.
So that's what it's for, basically, in late game.
You want to know something crazy? Is I actually found this out recently. If you go, I've seen, like, years ago, I saw footage of Bioshock 2. One thing I didn't know is that, they need a ton of people to play all the splicers or do voices for the extras. One voice I immediately recognized when I was watching someone play the game and murder a splicer is Nolan North. Was actually doing, Nolan North does a lot of the voices, which I was like, I recognize that scream. That's Nolan North.
Shame we can't play it no more, but imagine, fuck you too, Nolan.
Yeah, fuck you too.
Deadpool?
Yeah, fuck you, Nolan. Yeah, the Deadpool game. No,
Deadpool game.
One game I really wish I could play, one series is, I want to play the Cybertron games, like that High Moon made.
Oh, yes.
I really wish I could play those. And here's the crazy thing. Hasbro has said that they want to either revive the series or remaster it, and I'm over here like, then why aren't you? Like, you've said that for years that you wanted to do it. Just do it then.
And no offense, it might be because they're trying to be a snob about who they give the IP to. If there's anything to go by, recent IPs being given to people and being misused or trashed or whatever. Mm-hmm. Their baby is Transformers. I mean, there's other things there. Hello, that's live.
Oh, no, it's a heat-seeking RPG. It's flashing because it's that's what it looks like when you fire it.
I see.
But yeah, like let me put it this way: the fact that there are people, even like hardcore FPS fans, who are like, yeah, no, I remember the Cybertron games. Bring them back. I want to play those again. Like, even though they are not like by any means they do not fit the levels of a modern FPS at all. It doesn't matter. They're just that good. And for a time, they were canon, which is pretty cool. And they're also really funny. There's some really good lines in there. If anyone wants a good example, if you played the games, have you played them, Kata?
I'm trying to remember if I did. Might have been a while ago, but I don't. Okay, yeah, there's at least 3 of them. I think I recognize one of them.
There's 2 of them. There's War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron.
Oh, okay, I see it. Yep. Yeah. That one's a DC something or other. Yeah. DLC something or other. Gotcha.
And the reason I bring it up is because for those who have played them, there's an amazing scene in the second game where Metroplex punches the shit out of Megatron. And when I say punches the shit out of him, I mean brings his giant city-sized fist down on Megatron. And it literally, just to show you, because it was High Moon, the same people who made Deadpool, it literally says, press this button to destroy Megatron. And you just get to press it a few times, and Metroplex just keeps bringing his fist down on Megatron till the game tells you to stop. So, you could, if you go back and play the games, you're like, now we see where High Moon got their humor for Deadpool, like with all the button prompts. It was from these games. And it's an amazing little flashback and love letter to the original G1 and the movies. Coronation Starscream, this is bad comedy. Megatron, is that you? Which is straight from the original movie. Yeah, they're good games, and they're good third-person shooters. Like the multiplayer community for those games was enormous when they were out. I remember my brother and I played the hell out of those games on Xbox Live. And what's crazier to me is that then we got Transformers Devastation, which came out a few years ago, that Platinum Games made, and now you can't even buy that anymore. Like, what's the point of making these games if you're only going to have them be available briefly and then get rid of them because, license? Then make it so you can keep the games available. What's the point? Yeah, press R3 to destroy Megatron.
Oh.
What?
An electrical engineer. Too bad I designed ladies' shoes.
I might have found some stuff that might be going off end of late 2024 to early 2025 with some Transformers games. I'm gonna watch the video real quick. I'm gonna mute so I don't interrupt with any commentary that isn't pertinent to what you're doing.
Sure.
Be back in a second.
It's stolen shoes. I'd explain the science that renders what you're trying to do impossible, but that would be like playing Mozart for a chief role.
If you think you can. I hear a bunch of people screaming. I don't know where they are, though. Oh, hi. What's that, Thomas? I'll find nothing but what? They know what we want out of the Transformers game. You know what we got stealth dropped recently? What? Oh, yeah. I heard about that. One moment.
Rapture is coming back to life. Even now, can't you feel the breath returning to her lungs? The shops reopening, the schools humming with the thoughts of young minds. My city will live. My city will thrive. When that day comes, we'll use your tombstone for paving tiles.
Your city is a joke. It literally sinks and falls apart around you, and yet you still think somehow that it's going to live. It's literally sinking. It's a sinking ship you refuse to get off. But I guess that makes sense. The captain does always go down with his ship.
Parasites. Rapture is on the rise.
Okay, so one of the reasons why this is one of my favorite areas is just we are so deep down in the ocean that we can see, you know, magma activity, like geological activity, which means we are so far down, like, yeah. Quit moving. I hear a little sister.
I'm sorry, Father. I'll do what you said. I'll do what you...
Hang on. Gotta check my controls here. Because remember I told y'all, yeah. With the controls, I have to, if I want to use my, let's see. Yeah, let's see. Alright. Real quick, let me check. What is the next ammo? Okay, got it. Okay, that's all I needed. We can go back to using the gamepad now. Alright. Oh! Ow. Ow. Oh, I'm sorry. Are stairs a little too confusing? I guess they are.
When you're done fighting the Big Daddy, I'll
I
let you
got
know
it.
what I discovered.
I got it.
All right.
What's up?
So, a couple of things coming forward. One of them apparently is who gives a crap. Another one is kind of a smiley kind of deal, and the last one is a we'll see what happens. The first one is that 2024 can see a kind of weird, yeah, like Thomas was saying, I saw him pop in here with a sort of a racing game called like something like Star Rail or something like that. It's a Transformers kart game, whatever. Who gives a crap? Now, what's interesting is that he dived into two things. One, Game Pass silently brought back a lot of the War of Cybertron's games onto Game Pass.
Yeah, but that's only on consoles. That's not for PC.
Correct, but it was important in the fact that Microsoft is starting to try and be proactive with those games, because the next thing that they said is there has been a not sure if it's confirmed or what roadmap for Transformers Reactivate. Do you know what that is?
No, I do not.
Okay, so it is going to be a third-person squad-based Transformers shooter game. And the only concern we have is that the lead environmentalist developer was working at Splash Damage and had it projected for the project to be in 2025. Now they're working at Bulkhead, no relation, and it now says 2028. So we're concerned that it just got Duke Nukem forever, basically.
Yeah.
So, because I don't know about you, I wouldn't mind a squad shooter kind of deal with Transformers. Would it be? I don't know if it would be lore accurate or not, but it would be cool, I guess. But I mean, you're right. Like, it only dropped on console with the two. But to be fair, were those ever on PC in the first place?
They were.
Weren't
yes, they were.
Okay.
Hell, technically, even though it's delisted from Steam, so here's the thing. Technically, you can still, like, get Steam keys now for it. The game's available on Steam, you just can't buy it from Steam. So if you can find a Steam key, you can still get it. My problem, though, is that, the issue is that the reason so many people love the games is because not only are they good, they were respectful to the franchise, and it ends on a massive cliffhanger. It literally ends, like, right as the whole story begins, with both sides ended up getting to Earth. So, a lot of people are like, hey, yeah, there needs to be more here. And, I mean, if you want to know how seriously they were taking it, I love this so much. Literally, the ending credits theme is a remix of The Touch, which is the music they used for the Transformers movie. You got the touch, that thing.
Yeah.
So they knew what they were doing. They do give a crap. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, and then they did talk about Spark, the Spark, whatever expedition thing as well. But it got teased, and that's probably the one you were telling about, that it was out for like a year or two, and then it got shut down.
Yeah.
But no, Reactivate. Thomas says it was a game that was teased and been developed with no word for so long. It's so much hearsay around it that people neither know or nor care if it's even being worked on anymore. Yeah, and that was something I think people are starting to look at. I mean, somebody pointed out that when it was released at Comic-Con, the footage we were given was presumably footage from an early build of the game for when the Unreal Engine 5 had just come out. So we don't even know if it's the most recent build of the game we've seen at that Comic-Con in 2024, which is what really sucks. Because San Diego Comic-Con, everybody knows what that is. That's the reason why it exists. And so having that be the most recent footage is a little disheartening. Because I bet you everybody was excited for Star Wars Outcast until we saw what was given to us.
Yeah. And I think the other irritating thing about it is that with Transformers 1, like, I know Hasbro probably thinks, oh, well, this didn't make us any money, except now it's circulating all over the place and people are saying, hey, go see this, you need to go see this. So this would be the perfect time, to re-release the Cybertron games. Like, hey, like that, if I don't know who owns the video game rights for Transformers right now, But if I was Microsoft, I would be all over Hasbro. Like, look, you just released a big movie that, you know, people is sweeping over the place and people love it. Let us re-release these games.
Or if you feel like we can't release it, let us remaster it real quick, slap some upscaled textures on, call it a day, and resubmit it. Like, it's not rocket science, people. We have loved Transformers for God. When was the first one released in America? It's been
the show, the
decades.
80s, the 80s.
Yeah, like it's been decades, people.
Yeah.
Like, and we still love them because it's a story that, I mean, and plus the whole damn theme is so freaking iconic. It's ridiculous. Like they have a cash cow that they're not going to work with, and
it's my IP to sit on
and do absolutely nothing with. Exactly. No, thank you, smiling friends, for tickling the funny bones.
But again, it's at this point, like, my whole view is I look at it like, okay, look, you guys want this Transformers 1 movie to be successful since you screwed up the marketing, and they screwed up the marketing. They really did. For those who haven't seen it, ignore the marketing, ignore the ads. The movie is so much better than that. The trailers don't do it justice. You need to go see it. Because it is really good, and what they literally, it just makes sense to re-release games related to Transformers, because that literally is like, oh yeah, we just released this cool new movie, but Transformers is an almost 50-year-old franchise. Let us re-release these games so people know what they're missing. But yeah, they just don't. So
you know what's really funny, and this is maybe something that I'm going to address real quick because I had to explain this to my mother, who was curious. So the Steam thing, I posted about it a couple of times on your server, right? And by the way, you're still on Frank mode. I don't know if you're still meaning to be on Frank mode, but you're still on Frank mode. You've got the little Engie and the Franks.
I'll fix it. Yeah, okay. Got it.
Steam had to outline the whole "you don't own the games" situation, right?
Yeah.
So you never did own the games because you physically can't hold them in your hand. Now, what you do own is the license to play the game.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Yeah.
Just think about it. I own a game. I told my mother this. I own a game that I've technically owned twice. One that I bought, one that the dev gave me for free after they realized their pay-to-play version wasn't working, so they gave me their free version.
Yep.
I own both those. They technically pulled the paid version from the store, but I still have the license to play that. So
money can be exchanged for goods and services, and if you're not going to give me the goods or the ability to do it, then I guess I'm going to steal it. Like that's what people that's what people are saying. What's the quote going around? Like
so they're saying that the guy who owns Ubisoft said that I guess you need to not get used to the gamers need to not get used to owning games. The gentleman in charge of, I don't know, a little game called Space Marine 2 said, well then, I guess devs need to not get used to being paid or having jobs then, I suppose.
Yeah, I do. And and for those who don't know, that guy saying that got him in a lot of hot water for that at Focus.
Oh, yeah.
Like, now granted, Focus wasn't mad at him. The company wasn't. They thought it was hilarious. But all the other big companies thought it was an insult and took it very personally, even though, like, it's funny how apparently I don't know if it was an Ubisoft guy or someone else, who basically was like, you know, this is beneath us. We shouldn't be insulting one another. And then some dude responded with, weren't you the same assholes who were pitching a tantrum that Baldur's Gate 3 was better than anything y'all put out in like 10 years? Like, again, it's funny how they like to get all butthurt and upset and whine, you know, when they're like, you know, saying, oh, this game, you know, it's too good. You know, it's y'all's fault our games aren't good. Y'all have too high expectations. And yet, no, it's because you're embarrassed that an indie company like Larian was able to put you to shame, wholeheartedly, mind you. And then now that another big game like Space Marine 2 hits the scene and its lead guy is like, yeah, no, then I guess you guys better imagine being without jobs. They take it so personally. Newsflash, if you're a video game developer, it's not about you. About the game. And if you're willing to hurt others because of that, then maybe you shouldn't be making games. Just saying.
It became an issue when we realized that the people in charge of the media we consume don't care about the people that consume the media.
Yeah, they're not gamers, they're businessmen and businesswomen. They don't see a game, they see a way to make money.
They see numbers on a spreadsheet on a
Yep.
page.
Yep.
And it sucks
Yeah.
because it means people like Henry Cavill are kicked from whatever they're in charge of.
Yep.
Now, I don't know a whole lot about him. I do know a couple things though. He's a humongous flippin' nerd
Yeah. He is.
who wanted the success of the Witcher series to be good
Yep.
and accurate. Now,
And
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and people
I
hated
understand-
him because he was a nerd.
Yeah, I understand non-accuracy from a standpoint of, well, if it's exactly like the whatever, no one's gonna want to watch it. Okay, fine, sure, that's true, I guess. But like, you gotta understand, we want a familiarity and an original story. That's possible. You can do that,
Yep.
but they don't.
Nope.
I mean, like, you could have literally told the entire story from the standpoint of someone who knew a guy who knows Geralt of Riviera,
Yep.
and that would have been entertaining.
Yep.
But you didn't. You changed it. God, we got really sidetracked. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. If you want another good example, with stuff nowadays, it's like, so, for example, I may not be a Call of Duty guy anymore, but from what I've heard, Black Ops 6 is actually pretty good. And I think it's sad that we've gotten to the point where the only way a game is good is if a company has screwed up so much that they're basically like, yeah, no, we can't screw this one up. If we screw this up, we are dead. We're going to be out of a job. We can't screw this up. Which
It is the
Yeah.
go time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Which, and also, as I've said on stream, there's also the new mindset of, you know, every game has to be bigger than the last game. No, it doesn't. That mindset is literally that mindset hurts so many game developers. Because instead of actually, you know, making games and actually generating a smart practice, it's, yep, this one needs to be bigger than the last one so we can make more money. And then when the game fails, because, oops, maybe we should have thought about that, they're just like, well, it's the developer's fault. Fire the developers. Not our fault for our stupid decisions.
What's really funny is the people that will see, like, here, and this is what really is disappointing about stuff like Acolyte, is realizing that they had an interesting concept that was ruined by writing. We're not gonna get too into it, but you gotta chase back the blame game. If it's always somebody else's fault, no one's going to enjoy the product.
Yep. I can't do anything about that. The power's on. I gotta turn it off. Gotta come back here later. But yeah, if you're like you said, if it's someone else's fault, then no one's gonna enjoy it. So. And again, it's what's nuts about it to me is that we have that especially in game development now, it's that the mere concept of small projects, you know, stuff that are safe and will actually make you money, is seen as something that could get you fired with the big companies. Like, apparently, like, there's, I don't know which company it is, but, like, one company apparently told some of its guys who were like, hey, let's do small games so we can have budget for the budget, have a budget for the bigger stuff. They were told that they were underperformers and were not driven enough. Like, no, you've just got guys who aren't idiots. They're trying to be smart and logical with your money. Like, and also, this is not a hot take, but maybe the developers and the gamers should be more important than the investors. Just saying, the investors will come back. They'll come back. But your fans, if they hate what you've done with something, they're not gonna come back. So.
And at the end of the day, you probably get more money from the people who buy your product than you do the people who sink money into your product.
Yep.
Just something to think about. Because, yeah, no, you know what? That's why DLCs were invented. Because it became more profitable to have those little add-ons to the main game so you could work on the next big project. Now, what's not profitable is the idea of we'll throw in DLC, but we're never making a sequel until we feel like it. Okay, that's great, but like, think about how long. Okay, this is another thing that's really makes me giggle. You know how long it took Payday 3 to come out?
Yeah.
And when it did, it was gobsmackingly mediocre. Like, we weren't expecting it to be great because when 2 came out, it wasn't either. But we were expecting a little bit more, you know, right?
Yeah. I think a lot of
and
people
it wasn't. I think a lot of people were. For as long as we've been waiting for this, everybody was expecting it to be better than it was, and it wasn't. It was average,
Yeah.
very average, actually.
And I
when
think
you think about
I
it.
think that's what hurts the most is that it was average.
It wasn't bad. It
Yeah.
just wasn't. It wasn't as entertaining as. And maybe that's probably what we need to think about here is when they change the direction. That's another reason why I think GTA 6 is going to be so weird compared to GTA 5. 5 is going to be very hard to surpass.
Mm-hmm.
So when 6 finally comes out, when 2028 or whatever the crap the projected time is now, is we're going to be really disappointed. And we've already seen enough footage to go, okay, so it's not going to be as goofy, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like the earlier ones weren't either.
Yeah.
They only appeared goofy because at the time the voice acting of the game as a whole was goofy sounding.
Yep.
We were supposed to follow the Dame Treen, CJ.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or,
that's
cousin.
funny,
Let's
but
go bowling. Yeah.
that it wasn't supposed to be funny, but it was because of think about there's monsters in here, Jill. You got to be careful, and then the dude dies.
Yep.
That was supposed to be scary.
Yep.
Looking back, maybe not so much. But when they did the remaster a couple years later for Resident Evil, it was a lot creepier.
Yep.
Because, well, I mean, a man just died in your arms, effectively, from being mauled to death by a zombie. But,
Yeah.
the limitation of the media, the limitation of the media at the time is what led it to be funny.
Yeah.
When 5 came out, they said, okay, we'll be funny. We'll do this one. It's going to be kind of funny. And then 5 was. It was a riot. All three of the leads were hysterical people.
And that's
Michael,
and that's
Trevor, Frank-
and that's also because the actors themselves were good actors. They were funny. They were engaging. It's one of the it's another on the opposite side of things. Look at Red Dead Redemption 2. Men who literally knew the game they were doing and put their heart and soul into being those characters. So much so that if you guys want to know how seriously the Red Dead 2 actors took their roles, when all the lead actors were at a convention, and some guy told Micah's actor, he's like, no disrespect to you, but I've never wanted to kill a character more than I've ever wanted to kill Micah Bell. His response was, thank you very much. He goes, I'm glad. Again, when you have guys who love their roles, that automatically is going to make a performance better because they like what they're doing. Not everyone does that. Some people, it's just another paycheck.
The guy who plays Asterion, I think was it
Neil
after
Gaiman?
Yeah. He admitted after the game came out, he says, I think I've started laughing like him. And he just like,
yeah,
that little he does.
Yeah.
I can't control it, but I hate it, but it works.
Yeah.
And it's funny because that was someone who loved their role.
Mm-hmm.
And it's beautiful because that's what I see. TNT was getting into a little bit of something we don't need gamers in control of games. No, we need people who love what they're doing.
Yeah.
I think that's the underlying cause. Is we don't exactly need a gamer to work on a game. We need someone who enjoys what they're doing to work on the game. Because that's true. When you look at it, it's just another paycheck. I don't care what happens. That's when it becomes work and not fun. Yep. Now, granted, they are working. It's their job. They're supposed to pump out games. But when you look at a project as something that is work, Zaruk, you come here for fun.
Yep.
This isn't a slog. This isn't something you do. You never expected this to turn into a paycheck.
No.
You came here to enjoy being with people, enjoying old games. The moment it doesn't become that, I think most streamers will look at that and go, that's when I retire. That's when I walk away.
Yeah.
Because the moment it becomes a 9 to 5, I do this because I have to, is the moment it's no longer.
Unless they're one of the people who can make an absolute ton of money off of it.
Exactly, but even PewDiePie just he stepped away because he's a dad. Think about it. I mean, granted, he's gonna have some weird stories to tell his kid when he grows up for sure. But who won't? Who's part if Markiplier ever gets a kid, if Jacksepticeye ever gets a kid, they're going to have man, I used to be the king of YouTube, little Johnny or whatever, and here's why, and it will be weird.
Mark telling his future daughter, I was the king of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Exactly, I was the king of the squirrels. It's it sounds weird, and so you realize, man, those people were was it? There was the guy who I think the guy who wrote shoot, was it? I think it was a guy who did a cover with like dancing girls in it. And he's like, Dad, was that you? I'm like, no, that wasn't me. So like the golden era of the beginning of rap music had a lot of those music videos where like the girls were in bikinis, the dude were in the chains and the sweatpants and stuff like that. Like it's like, how do you explain that?
Nope. Yeah.
Because it's weird. It's hard to explain. But it was a formative part of their life, and this will be a formative part of your life. I mean, you're not terribly old, so you're gonna look back at this and someday with like mini Zaruk or mini Amina or whoever comes out of it, and be like, yeah, no, I was a VTuber when everybody was doing VTubing stuff, and I think I did rather well. You're not gonna downplay it, but you're not gonna like crap on it either.
Yeah.
You're gonna say I did it and it was fun.
And that's one of the things that comes with when it comes to people who do video games nowadays. It's that so many of them are just not happy. Like, for Pete's sake, look at Blizzard, for God's sake. Blizzard,
oh my Lord.
Blizzard is one of those places where everyone wanted to work because they were like, they were seen as like the kings of creativity. The ones who could do like all this amazing stuff, all these amazing concepts. If it was done at Blizzard, it was going to get done right. And then, then it wasn't.
Yeah.
Because you have the merger, and you got Activision who, they used to be cool too. Activision used to be cool. A lot of companies used to be cool. And then they started to realize, or I guess switched over to, this isn't about having fun anymore. This is about making money. And so now we've got men and women who, like, just exist, to see it as making money. Like Gungo Grease Man, Randy Pitchford, who worked at Gearbox. Like, look, full disclosure for y'all. For a long time, Gearbox was one of my favorite companies. Gearbox did a lot of good games. They made the Brothers in Arms series, which is still one of my favorite games of series of all time. I would stream it if I could, but those games were so old that sometimes they barely function properly. And they did, they also did Borderlands. Shame that thing was alive long enough for it to now become a problem. Funny how that works. So it's like, and if you want a good idea, what's the name of the guy who used to be the CEO of ActiBliz? He's not there anymore. He got fired. What was his name? He's a scumbag. I just can't remember his name. If you guys want the epitome of someone who definitely should not have been making games or have any hands in it, it'd be this guy. Because Bobby Kotick. Bobby Kotick. Yeah. So let me give it to you guys like this. Bobby Kotick showed up, and despite being the CEO, apparently one of his favorite things to do was walk around the floor of ActiBliz, which again, not a problem. It's okay for the big boss to come and visit the employees. That's fine. But no, he did it routinely just so he could tell people, hey, how come y'all are not pushing microtransactions more in Hearthstone? How come we're not charging more for this? How come we're not charging more for that? Like, sorry, you're the CEO, not the developer. Piss off. You don't know a thing about making games. Why are you down here? And then, like, I'm trying to think of some other examples. Right. He's the guy who literally said he wanted to make and I quote, wanted to make a Call of Duty cinematic universe. I'm not kidding you. Like, the man literally wanted to do, like, wanted to make this whole idea of, like, all the COD games would be so successful and then they can make movies out of them. First off, why? Why do you think that would work? And he's one of the guys who kept pushing for, here's another good example. You guys want to know why the Spyro Reignited trilogy didn't get to go on to make more games, or why Toys for Bob and the guys who made the Crash remake weren't allowed to keep doing what they were doing? Because Bobby Kotick literally said that there was no point because nobody liked those games. Like, the man literally, despite selling so well, the man was like, and other guys were like, yeah, but they didn't sell millions upon millions. So I guess people don't like them. So you Toys for Bob guys are getting reassigned. You're going to help make Call of Duty, an actual game that makes money. So
really funny is that's the same thing literally happened with, was it Krafton now owns the rights to Evil Within, and presumably by proxy anything else that the guys made as well. You
Tango
know, Hi-Fi
Gameworks,
Rush,
you mean? Yeah.
Tango. They own Tango,
Yeah.
and everybody was excited until I said, "No, that's great, but like, Crafton's not the greatest." And my concern was they literally have not finished any project I've seen them put their heart and soul into within like the last however many years since PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds coming out.
Wait,
Like, that is
Crafton made PUBG?
They made they made the company that made PUBG, which is terrifying. Yeah, no, it's so Crafton is a publisher, of course, right?
Yeah.
They own Pearl Abyss, which is making Black Desert, PUBG, and all those other like everybody and their mother's playing them kind of MMORPGs.
Yeah.
They own. Let's see. Crafton. Give me their home stuff. Now it is worth noting that those are successful games. Like that's not the question. The question is anything that's come out since then is what's concerning. We were promised by the publishers of Crafton that we'd have 2 new games by the devs who made Black Desert by like I don't know when, but a year or 2 ago. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that hasn't happened. We still just have Black Desert. We were supposed to have something called Crimson Desert, which is going to be like kind of Games of Thrones-ish, if that makes sense, and better combat. And then the other one, which I cared more about, which is called Plan 8. Now, imagine if you could do like mech robot add-ons and like kind of like shooter game mechanics. The video for it had somebody tear a car door off and use a shield, and then throw it at a flying enemy to explode it. I'm like, that seems cool. The issue is we have no definitive date for either of those 2 games yet.
How are they even, like, I'm guessing they get their money from the MMORPGs, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah. No, like, I go to the Crafton website, I see PUBG, Dark and Darker Mobile, New State Mobile, Callisto Protocol. There's one literally just called Redacted. I'll right-click on that. We'll check that in a second.
Oh, God,
and then,
wait, they made Callisto Protocol? Oh, no.
I know, right? I know. So you see where this is going. Subnautica Below Zero, and then that's a couple others. Like, there's only a couple of games on here. Anybody can go, I know what that is.
Yeah.
Like, the rest of them are mobile games. Like, who gives a shit? Oh, it's a roguelite. Oh no, it's a roguelike shooter. That's my deal.
So my whole problem though is that it's great. Yeah, like you said, it's great they bought Tango Gameworks and like are getting to keep Hi-Fi Rush, but I think that's all they get. I'm pretty sure Evil Within belongs to Bethesda still, which
Lichting just said it. They only own the rights to Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, that's terrifying.
Sucks because I loved the Evil Within. And since Bethesda owns it, that means we're not going to get anything out of it. Unless Hideki Kamiya, like, basically has to get on his hands and knees, and, you know, basically, well, either he's going to get on his hands and knees and beg, or he's going to beat the shit out of Todd Howard to make it happen. Because, no offense, I'm pretty sure anyone could beat the shit out of Todd Howard. But my point is that you have Tango Gameworks had some amazing stuff to work with. And to just ignore it spits in the face of the guys, you know... Again, we've already been over this, how literally the day after Microsoft closed Tango Gameworks, even though Hi-Fi Rush was a runaway success, they've got the balls to get up... Now, hold on. Before I say this, I should mention, the people being interviewed did not know... It was actually real. They did not know about this. Like, they were not informed that Tango Gameworks had been closed. They did not know. But they still got up on stage and said, we need more AA games to make up, you know, for the games that, you know, that fail or will take a long time to produce. Games like Hi-Fi Rush, which were very successful. Only for the internet and other people to rip them to shreds after that interview, with them being like, yeah, it's a shame y'all closed the company that made that. I feel so bad for those people who got interviewed, because I'm guarantee you they went home and immediately called their supervisor and said, what in the hell? Y'all did this and didn't bother to inform us we were going to go on stage and basically look like idiots? Or look like assholes? But, again, it's the same mindset. They're like, well, you know, oh, the game sold 1 million copies? It was a shadow drop that no one knew about? And it made sold 1 million copies in such a short period of time? Fuck it, that's not enough. Shut down the company. Like, you do realize almost all the games Tango Gameworks puts out are really good. Like, I don't think they've ever
how many
had.
of them are shadow? How many of them are shadow drops as well? I mean,
Yeah.
the first Evil Within 1 and 2 had advertisement. Nobody knew about Hi-Fi Rush until it dropped, and when it dropped, even with no advertisements, 1 mil units sold that's fucking numbers. Like that's great.
Yep.
Oh my lord.
But instead, what ended up happening was that, again, it's this whole mindset of, oh, it's a AA game, it needs to meet AAA standards. No, it does not. Like, if that's the mindset you stick with, your company's going to fail. Because there's no way that a AA game ever has the budget or the manpower to rival a AAA game. I mean, the only way that happens is if your AAA game's a bomb. And if that happens, you've got more to be concerned about.
All right. It's also worth noting that Tango also made Ghostwire Tokyo,
which was also really successful.
It was, and it also didn't need a sequel, but they did have that one major issue of having the idea to put costumes on your character, which didn't matter because you played the game in first person with no option to see them in third. So you just change the flavor of your cutscene whenever you got that version.
Kino, they closed Tango Gameworks, the people who made Hi-Fi Rush, but then another company swept in and said, no, you don't get to fire these people who made something so successful. We'll buy them. We'll take them.
Krafton, okay, here we go. PUBG publisher Krafton has acquired Tango Gameworks and the Hi-Fi Rush IP as part of Xbox's strategic agreement. The firm says it is working with Xbox to enable a smooth transition so Tango teams can continue developing the Hi-Fi Rush IP and explore future projects. But my concern is someone who has seen a variety of Krafton projects come and go, for literally millions of dollars sunk into them only to be shut down because there was no progress, i.e. we had a Power World clone before Power World existed that Krafton was working on, and that got shut down.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be like, what happens if you combine Minecraft and Pokemon? And they literally sunk like $32 million into that game of funding, and then they shut it down. And I'm like, you guys had a cash cow before Power World even... And well, this was before Power World even existed. It was like Period Chronicles, I think, was it called?
Something like that.
Something like that. But like, I don't have high hopes for this to work, considering any new adventure they've seen. It's like how anytime Behavior Interactive tries to make something that isn't Dead by Daylight, nobody gives a crap.
Yep. Oh yeah, like Dragon's right. Hey, remember when Fortnite was going to have a story? Yeah.
It does. That's a thing. Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't anymore, but it did. It had like survival mode, and then they realized, wait, we can make more money doing free-to-play battle royale stuff. Because at that time, they saw PUBG and went, wow, that seems cool. People really like this. They just don't like the company that makes it. Well, now nobody likes Epic, but I feel like that's nothing really new.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. You know, it did. It was basically, what's really funny is the story was very, very similar to, what's it called? The first Insomniac game that they released. It was very similar to that, I feel like. The kind of like the cartoony, zombie fighting, survival art style.
Yeah. Like,
the reason it's called Fortnite is because you had to survive a fortnight against these zombies. It was supposed to be like poor man's cartoony 7 Days to Die. That was the original idea. That's why the name is named that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I think, like, the problem is nowadays, I get it. You can't make a game with every IP you own. A lot of companies have a lot of them, and sometimes you just don't have the time or the resources. I get that. However, look at Bethesda. Like, let me put it this way. If I say Bethesda, what game comes to mind? Or what games come to mind? Yeah, you think Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Doom. That's it.
Yep.
Mind you, they also own the rights to Thief. They own the rights to The Evil Within. They own the rights to Wolfenstein. They own all of this stuff, but they're not doing anything with it.
I mean, the last Wolfenstein we got was... Bleh. No, Elden Ring is... No, thank God, Corvus, they do not own Elden Ring.
Yeah, they don't own...
Elden Ring.
Yeah, no.
Holy crap, imagine if they did. Oh, that would be so disappointing.
Yeah, that's FromSoft who owns that.
That's FromSoft. FromSoft is actually one of those weird companies that they can pop out banger after banger, and the only complaint is, wow, Dark Souls 2 sucks. And yeah, it is. It does, because it wasn't the original guy who made the original Dark Souls games working on it, which is why it feels like it's the weaker story and the weaker everything else. Is because the guy who really gave the series its iconicness said, I will be a consultant and not the lead.
Yep.
And then he did, and then they're like, wow, no, Miyazaki, it didn't work. He's like, fine, I'll direct 3 and y'all can shut up. And then he did.
And then let's not also forget that FromSoft can basically be like, oh, you want us to take a shot at something else? All right, cool. Here's Armored Core Fires Over Rubicon. Which people who never played an Armored Core game, or hell, even played a mech game, picked up Armored Core Fires Over Rubicon and fell in love with the series.
Exactly.
Now, it's funny that, also speaking of that, I have to tell you about this because it's hilarious. So, Andrea actually told me this, how, Joy Toy, I think that's, isn't that the name of the company? Yeah. Joy Toy recently released, has finally shown us, like, the toys related to Armored Core. So, like, we got a Steel Haze model, or, like, a Steel Haze figure and a bunch of other stuff. The funny thing is, I think this is great, is that that's Rusty's mech. Funny thing is that because it's so spindly, like, the mech's design is so spindly, the arms and the legs are really, like, not structurally sound because they're so spindly.
Okay. Joy Toy, they make like video game stuff.
Yeah.
Like they have a lot of right now they have a lot of stuff for Space Marine 2 actually. Yep. Would you believe?
They make all the Space Marine figures that you've been seeing lately are from Joy Toy. Yep.
Yeah.
And they're really good. So
I need to play that game again. There's a lot of games I need to play again. My internet finally got fixed, so I mean it's a lot smoother than it was the last time I played it. It's
sorry, I'm just reading. Go ahead. I'm just reading something.
Oh, sorry.
We should have more. Wish we had more companies like FromSoft. Well, the problem there is that FromSoft is run by guys who actually know what they're doing.
Correct.
They understand that they are nothing without their without the community or without the people who play the games. Whereas other companies who just view it as, oh, you're not people, like you don't even get to own what we make. Like you're not people, you're product, basically. Like those kind of people, yeah, it turns out the problem there is that in a perfect world, they wouldn't get to keep their job. But the problem is that they make money, which is the issue. Just like, like Cataclysm said, the guy at Ubisoft was like, y'all just gotta get used to not owning games. To which, the Space Marine 2 developer said, well, then I guess you better get used to not having a job. Or as the fans have said, well, if me using money is not buying, then piracy's not stealing.
Exactly.
When that started to do the rounds on the internet, oh my god, it was hilarious. Because, like, Ubisoft and a bunch of other people were doing that whole, wait, that's illegal. And people were like, yeah, we don't care. So is what you're doing. So...
And the whole Steam agreement thing that has caught wind is because, funnily enough, if you look at the article I posted, it's because the Crew 6 was taken down.
Yep.
That Ubisoft racing game that everybody was really enjoying playing, yeah, they dropped the service for that. And on the Ubisoft launcher, you just can't play the game anymore, and there's no service. But if you're on Steam, you can still play it. But as I was telling my mom, that's what the issue is that the service for the game is no longer there, so why would you lose the game? It doesn't make any sense. What Valve is doing is actually kindness. They're giving them word-of-mouth free advertising. Now, obviously, you're not allowed to play the game online if the services get shut down.
Yeah.
But who gives a crap? You still own the game. What Ubisoft did was take away the game after they shut down the services. That's the scummy part. That's what people are having an issue with, is that, wait, if I bought this, why can't I play it no more? Well, because we shut down the services. I don't give a crap. I bought this.
Yep. And now Steam has to stand there like shrugging, like, look, we can explain it to y'all, but we can't do anything. Like, we can't, basically make them give you the game. Like, the best thing Steam could do at that point is if Valve, which I'm sure they tried.
Yeah.
They probably tried the whole, okay, well, if you're going to take it away from people, give them their money back. Yeah. Valve probably tried to do the whole, give them their money back. which I guarantee you they were like, we're not doing that. Which any Valve CEO or anything would have been like, then y'all are making a really dumb mistake. Because now you're going to piss off everyone. And it sets a dangerous precedent for what other people might do.
It is worth noting that when Sony said what they were going to do with the PSN account for Helldivers 2, the very first time we've ever seen a refund for sorry, cutscenes are happening in the background.
No,
we're shouting over this, but Valve came forward and said, if you would like to return the game despite you owning it longer than 30 days, go ahead.
Yep.
Valve said, we will cover the tab for the repercussions because this is bullshit.
Yep.
You bought the game through us. They changed the agreement on us and you. And this is old news, by the way, because obviously they backed the hell off. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, Valve is down for helping the players because there's two things I explained also to my mom. Like, they are both a distributor and an owner. They own the license which they sell to you to use.
Yep.
So what happens is when the owner of the game and not the license says, we don't want to support this game anymore, Steam, who owns the license, goes, okay, so since we are distributing your service and not the license, we will shut the service off, but will not pull the game.
Yep.
Which is why you can still play games that no longer, quote unquote, are on the store, because you own the license permanently.
Yeah. And now, and you also see how this comes back to bite people, because if you want a good example, after the whole Helldivers 2 fiasco happened, not only were people leaving because it was summertime, because, you know, a lot of games actually lose their player base during the summers, fun fact.
Yeah.
The other issue is that, I don't remember the guy's name, but he did a short about it, where, like, a PlayStation 5 representing Sony is talking to Helldivers, like, he goes like, where are your players? He goes like, well, first of all, it's summertime. I don't think you've noticed, but people don't play a lot of games during the summer. Second of all, it's kind of hard, you know, a lot of them left because there's new competition. Like who? Like him. Cut over to For the Emperor! Because, well, surprise, surprise, Space Marine 2 came out. And the funny thing is, piss off, the funniest thing about all that is that when Space Marine 2 came out, y'all probably remember the quote going around, you know, if democracy fails you, the Emperor won't. Because, yeah, they actually, with Space Marine 2, that's why Helldivers has actually, well, that and all the other stupid decisions Sony has made, that's why Helldivers has actually struggled to crawl its way back up to its current player base. Because everyone's all playing Space Marine 2, or can't play Helldivers. Because of the whole thing where like, oh, well, if you don't have a PSN account, you can't play with us.
Now, like they said, Sony did walk it back. And what's crucial to know is my understanding is that the devs finally kicked Sony to the curb enough that they're allowed to work on what they want to work on.
Mm-hmm.
All the weapons got a damage buff. All the enemies got like an accurately well done scaling of damage differences. Like if you shoot a charger in the butt, it will get hurt now.
Yep.
Like stuff like that. Like they had to redesign the game.
Yep.
And that's what's frustrating. But it's been getting better because Laz has been telling me this too. He goes, Kata, reinstall it. It's gotten better. I'm like, okay, that's still 60-some gigabytes of game that I'm going to play maybe once or twice and put down again to play something else. Like, you know.
And meanwhile, for a lot of people, they might still be playing it, but a lot of people are kind of they're still there, but they've kind of walked away from Space Marine 2 because the problem is that as fun as it is, it's only been out for almost 2 months at this point. Actually, it's been out for a full month. And they've only done, like, one big content drop. And that was for... that's only if you have the season pass. And it's cosmetic stuff, which... Oh, well, that's not true. A big bug, a huge patch update, and then a new operation. But that's still 7 operations, which people can play through pretty quick. So, you know...
And maybe that was what I think the big issue was, is that didn't we like talk about how the dev team was shocked to hear we were saying we wanted
More.
DLC explaining
Yeah.
more of the storyline.
Yeah, they were.
And like we didn't think anybody would want this. I'm like, you guys do realize it has only been decades since we saw a continuation of this storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Like the people who enjoy the game, like you and like some of your other friends, I enjoy it just from the day I shoot things, I play with my friends. But
Yeah.
people who have been invested in the storyline since the first game and when the second game dropped, blasted through that storyline.
Yep.
And the side stuff, I might add you, because you did explain to me, like, you know, hey, there is side stuff, Kata. Like, it is a shorter game than normal, but you can do the side stuff, too.
Yep.
They didn't think, oh, my God, people are going to eat this up and want more. Because they were thinking, oh, well, people are excited. Yeah, it's like how when Helldivers 2 launched, people didn't think they were going to overload the servers like they did.
Yeah.
What did they do? They overloaded the servers, so...
Yep.
I would rather be playing a game that does not account for the success of its game over a game that
thinks
tries
thinks
too highly of itself and tries to downplay their audience. That's what I'd rather see.
Oh, real quick. So, those words look familiar, don't they?
I mean, where is it? I'll change this.
I love how the place is just literally coming down around me. I'm going to take a minute just to stare at these words.
Would you kindly?
Yep. So, yeah. And so now, that's why Space Marine 2 has, like, only a year-long roadmap, because they literally probably don't have anything after that. They were, like, not expecting it to go further than that.
The assassin has
And maybe that's a fallacy on...
Hold on.
And now he's come to murder me. In the end, what separates a man from a slave? Money? Power? No. A man chooses. A slave obeys. You think you have memories. A farm. A family. An airplane. A crash. And then this place. Was there really a family? Did that airplane crash? Or was it hijacked? Forced down. Forced down by something less than a man. Something bred to sleepwalk through life until they are activated by a simple phrase spoken by their kindly master. Was a man sent to kill? Or a slave? A man chooses. A slave obeys. Come in. Stop, would you kindly? Would you kindly? Powerful phrase. Familiar phrase.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
Sit, would you kindly? Stand, would you kindly? Run. Stop. Turn. A man chooses. A slave obeys. Kill! A man chooses! A slave obeys! Obey!
And here was the big plot reveal. That everything you've done up to this point has not been of your own free will. You've been conditioned to do it. And what sucks is that at this moment, you would think, hell no, I'm out of here. But you can't. Because the game's not going to let you leave. You have to keep doing it. So now the question is, what happens next? Also, yeah, I was going to say real quick before Kat says something.
Yeah.
Should be noted, yeah, you're Ryan's son. They kind of pointed out, Andrew Ryan had a kid. That kid was handed over to Frank Fontaine and some other people who basically turned you into a sleeper agent. And then you were whisked away from Rapture at the age of 2 years old. So, yeah. Anyway, let's turn this self-destruct off.
The masquerade has just begun, and despite the party being none too lively, unlock the door and take a step outside. Follow my guidance, would you kindly? That's also a really good song.
Yeah, this is Fun fact, by the way, if you're wondering why Frank Fontaine was able to do the accent and why he's so convincing, Fontaine's a former CIA operative. Like, that's actually I did some reading on the lore for the game. Yeah, he's a former CIA operative. The CIA sent him into Rapture, basically, to gather information. And Fontaine realized, screw that. Why would I work for the U.S. government when I could basically work down here and run the whole place? No, he's former CIA turned con man. Yep. Little sister. Yes, at the time it was OSS. But essentially, yeah, he's basically a spook. He's former CIA, turned con man, and he basically got in and started running Fontaine Fisheries, which was a food supplier to Rapture, but it was also a smuggling operation. Then Fontaine goes underground to avoid, pretending to be killed, and takes on the name Atlas as a revolutionary leader to overthrow Ryan. Also, if y'all didn't see the note when Ryan was talking about the plane crash, the note at the start of the game says, Jack, don't open the present, would you kindly, basically was saying, don't open the present till you're in the air. And then the rest of the note says, would you kindly force down the plane at these coordinates? Oh, yeah, one other thing. So, just so the game could show you how much of a dick you're being, all these little sisters are the ones you rescue. If you haven't rescued any of them, this place is abandoned.
Yeah, because you can choose to either like consume them for their whatever, or that you can
rescue them. Yeah,
rescue them, and then they show up here.
Yep. We've saved all of them up to this point, because I'm not gonna hurt any of them.
Yeah.
Also, I should mention, if you want to know, want to see how things have changed, like, here's what the little sisters look like in the first game. They, again, they look sickly, gaunt, because they haven't seen the sun in forever, and they've been experimented on. In the next game, they look more human. Like, in this game, they look a little weird, but, you know.
Some American McGee facial expressions on those people there, right there.
Mm-hmm.
There he is. The one who will save.
That's another game you could have played. You played the Alice Madness Returns game. Would have been cool.
Years ago, I played them. Yeah.
Yeah, but like just for Halloween. I was saying like.
Also, it should be noted, if you've saved a lot of these girls, you can actually hear them talking about you, and they have good things to say.
Of course.
With Tenenbaum, huh, kid? She's a regular mother goose. Alright, fun's fun, kid. But now, go get stepped on by a big daddy. Would you kindly?
Better try a new trick, because that one's getting old.
I says, would you kindly go get
What's to say I wouldn't enjoy that?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, now there's a, you can't see, but there is a bit of an invisible clock. Because the longer you take, the more your max health goes down. And yeah, it does reset if you die, but... Now, hang on. There you go. Nope. That camera works for me now.
That is something to think about. Yeah, that's true. I don't think he tells you, would you kindly?
No, he doesn't. He like tells you, would you kindly put that weapon away when you first see a little sister. But then when you come across one and you get the choice, Tenenbaum tells you to save them, and he's the one saying, no, he doesn't even force you. He's like, hey, you're going to need this to survive down here. And again, they're not even human. So he tries logic rather than forcing you.
Which Lich King did say, that's what kind of I'm riffing off here in chat. Lich King said if he had tried that, he would have probably forced your hand a little too early, is what people are thinking.
Also, I may have just screwed up. Yeah, I screwed up. Because I zapped the water to get rid of that splicer, but I also electrocuted the Big Daddy, so... Hey, Kino, thank you for the follow. Make yourself at home at the Forest of Memories. Alright. You women mind? Oh, damn it. Well, that's my fault. Alright, that's it.
Timer resets. Butter Inky. Ah, yes, the consequences of my actions.
Yep.
The action of my consequences.
Fun fact, by the way, some people have probably noticed that the cameras don't pick up the big... Even if you hack the cameras, they don't really work on the Big Daddy. It's because the Big Daddies are not considered hostile until they take aggressive action, because they are programmed not to attack people unless the little sisters are in danger.
Well, yeah, they're anyone who sees it and looks at them, they're effectively a bodyguard for
the little sister.
The little sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, Sai's right. That's it! Killing you both!
Score too low for them.
Wait a minute. Also, I'd be remiss not to point out some of the things that the little sisters actually say when the Big Daddies are attacking you. Like, some of the silly things are like, unzip him, Mr. B. Gotcha.
Yeah, they're all nicknamed Mr. Bubbles. It's kind of weird. Steal his whatever, and then rescue her. Yeah. What's really funny is it looks like it should be painful when this happens, which is another reason why people probably think that rescuing is a horrible idea until the cutscene ends, and then they kind of dust themselves off and run away. So.
What the fuck did you just call me? Oh, okay, well, I put a bolt into her right as she called me a tramp. Well, we're gonna not step on that. Let's see if I can go. There we go.
Sorry, tramp stamp.
Nice.
Probably has a little heart somewhere or something on her. Actually, no, probably not a heart. Probably thorns or something. Yeah, I think it's a teddy bear.
Alright, let's see. So. Aha! We can finally. Yes, we can finally do this. So. Dr. Bees! Alright, hang on. The most powerful version of it, too. And Electro Bolt 3, thank you.
Looks like a load of bees would solve this issue.
Yeah, what's this? Because let me find a gene bank. I do like Sonic Boom. You've seen me be like, force push, and I just shove people.
Yes.
Where's the gene bank? Oh, it's this way. There it is. That's a lot of children for me to draw with Zaru. Hey, do you know... Hold on. Wait, Corvus, you've been here for a long time. Do you know how many children I've basically been forced to adopt in all the games I've played? I adopted all the Fuga kids in both Fuga Melodies of Steel games. People even made a joke about it. Like, again, I don't hurt kids. I don't care what the game is. You cannot genuinely give me a reason to hurt a kid. Ever. So we have level 3 insect swarm, which what?
The datification of the gamer.
Hold on.
what Buttery Inkling just said.
I saw it. Now I have to. Well, now y'all are gonna make me break this out. Hold on. First, let me turn this on. Let me actually pull this out real quick. Where is it? Okay, so I do want to show this because it's really cool. I've showed it a while back, but it's worth bringing up again. I know Kat has seen it. Hang on. There we go.
Sweetie.
So this was done, I commissioned this a while back because someone said how I would look in a Fuga game, and the artist knows about the streams and knows about the joke of, on the picture that says, did I just get forcibly adopted by a group of children? So now this exists. I didn't ask them to do this, the artist just did this with the whole, did I just adopt another child? So, yeah, I love, that's literally me. It is. Just, that's me. I'm the guy who yep, nope, bad situation, I'm adopting this child. You're not stopping me. I think I've got, and I know Cataclysm has seen this one, so, I think I've got, I know I've got another one in here. I need a list of children Zaruka's adopted. That's a lot. I'm not going to put that on you. That's a lot.
Most of them are French sounding too, I might add.
Let me see if I can't find the all right, let me show y'all some of the other ones we've got. So let me see. Just give you an idea. Here's the picture that I don't even know if this is gonna work properly. Hang on. Most people have probably seen this image. I got it commissioned way back when I was doing Fuga 2. Hopefully it opens, actually. But I don't think people saw the third one. Here I am getting distracted from the game, talking about how, yes, I basically am a father to any child I come across in a game. Let's see. Hold on. Because I do want to show this one off again. And for people who played Fuga, who watched me play Fuga 2, you know why this picture is so important to me. Hang on. Also, fun fact, I don't know if anyone's noticed this. Have y'all noticed that, if you're using a Windows computer and you want to, someone sends you a picture via a DM and you want to save it, you can't? For some reason it won't open properly?
Like what? Like it saves as a particular file that you might not be able to share effectively?
It'll save as the right file, it just won't open.
Oh, well, it also takes a gazillion years to open photos now through the photo viewer for some reason. I don't know why.
Alright, hopefully I can get this one to open properly, so hang on. So, this, I'm hoping this actually, I don't know if this will work, I hope it does. It does not. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. That'd be way too easy, wouldn't it? Hang on a minute. Hang on. Let's see. Because I do love these pictures. God, how long ago was that? When I was playing Fuga Melodies of Steel? That was a while back.
You played the second one, I want to say about half a year ago, probably, maybe? Year and a half, somewhere in there.
Something like that, yeah. See if I can't.
Because you got a decent bit of art out of that playthrough, and the first one too, which kind of cemented the idea of the puppy idea.
Okay.
For Zaruk.
Yeah. So with the wolf idea, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's here's one of them. Here's the joke picture. Did I just unwittingly adopt a platoon of children? Which, yes, I did. That's one of them. God, I love that picture. All I told the artist was, this has become a joke among my community, and I was not prepared for it. And he was like, say less, I got it. See if I can find the other one in here. I doubt I'll be able to. Because this one, I'm pretty sure I only posted this one on Twitter. So, yep, I can't find it. It was literally me choking the shit out of the antagonist from Fuga 2. And for people who could read French, the quote actually goes really hard, but it literally translated to, even gods may die. Yeah, I can't find it. That's fine. But yeah, so I basically adopt every child I come across in a game, or at least save them, because, dear God, there seems to be this weird thing where people want to treat children badly in video games.
Yeah. Well, because it was like, oh, it's a fantasy. Well, if that's a fantasy,
If that's
can I
a
choose the
fantasy, if you, yeah,
yeah, if that's a fantasy, I am choosing the right to not fantasize about that as a normal human being trying to adapt to it. Like think about it like this. I have a choice in a game such as GTA or Red Dead Redemption to not just randomly go around shooting people.
mm-hmm.
I can do it. I try not to.
Yeah.
But it's like, why would I? I mean, it's something to think about. For every game that's like, oh, just you pay your $5 fine for starting a massacre in Des Moines or whatever it was. There's games like if you murder the kid, you'll get to see the orphanage that Tenenbaum has is completely empty.
Yep.
Some games have a different consequence for your actions. So just play every game like it's the consequences are the same at the end of the day, and that will make you infinitely happier when you're playing a game. I have noticed.
And yeah, like Lich King said, if this is a fantasy, then it's my fantasy to save the children.
Exactly.
Or as one person said when it came to games with morality systems, people are like, why do you always choose to be the good guy? Because I can't do that in real life. Because in real life, I'm limited by what I can do. But in games like this, I can choose to be the person I want to be. And I choose to be Dr. Bees!
Dr. Bees! Love it, love it, love it.
Dr. Bees! Cataclysm and I actually talked about this last week. There used to be cutscenes for actually getting each new plasmid. They cut a lot of those, because a lot of them were absolutely horrifying to watch.
Mm-hmm.
You get bees, and you get bees. Everyone gets bees.
It's like the small mercy of in Prey, when you only get to jam the needle in your eye once, but you do it in theory literally every time you get an upgrade for it, so you only have to watch what happens once, you don't have to see it ever again.
Yep. Yeah, Josiah's right. This underwater city has a distinct lack of bees. Some bees should fix that.
Hi, Josiah.
Why do you guys think the title card for this game that I got Megito Ichi to make me literally has Dr. Bees in the picture?
True.
Hang on, I wonder. Will this... Yeah, it works! Somehow, okay. That works. I bring the gift of bees! Oh, by the way, it even...
Bees be with you.
Yeah, it even works on the Big Daddies.
Yes. It actually causes them to kind of stumble in a game where usually stumbling a monster like a Big Daddy is a rather rough thing to do.
I love the whole, unzip him, Mr. B! Unzip him!
Have you heard about the power scaling stuff with Sporticus lately?
Yes, I think it's hilarious.
You know, something to think about is every 8 years we see a resurgence in Lazy Town memes. 2008, 2008, yeah, 28.
Yeah.
2008 was You Are a Pirate. 2016 is We Are Number One, and now we have the Sporticus power scaling where we're throwing him against other people who are like ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
Which may or may not have led to me finding this. Give me a second. It's going in non-speakers for anyone else who wants to see it now too, honestly.
I'd be a fool not to point out the fact that the guy who played Sporticus in the show, fun fact, he was in his 40s when they shot that show. He's now in his 60s, maybe a little bit older now, and he can still do all the stuff he did in the show.
Oh yeah. The only reason why Robbie Rotten is not with us is cancer.
Yeah, the
that's
one thing.
It. I bet you that's the only, because both of them were really healthy dudes, and that's something to point out. Is they were both really healthy. Robbie played the bad guy of being unhealthy very well because he didn't look unhealthy. He looked fine.
Yeah.
and the big C took him away from us.
Have you ever heard the sound of a rubber ball breaking a window? Would you like to?
It's free.
Free?
Free. It breaks into
nothing. It's for free. Free.
It breaks into the Russian
the Russian national anthem. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The Soviet national, yeah.
Yeah. But no, I put when I was found in. Yeah, I put it in non-speakers for anyone who wants to look at it and laugh. It's the Who Wins, Homelander or Sporticus, and they took an edited shot of the I thought you were stronger from Invincible.
From Invincible, yeah. I thought you were stronger than this. I'm gonna die. I got no first aid kits.
Ooh, boy.
Go, bees! I gotta get to the vendor. Aha! I made it! And it only sells first aid kits if I hack the thing. Okay, fine. Alright. I'm alive again. I'm dead. Never. No, you motherfucker! As soon as you said I'm dead, I got shot. I'm alive again. I'm dead. I got shot. You son of a bitch. literally Zarut grabbing a first aid kit. I'm alive. Whitley with a scythe. Yeah, about that.
Surprise,
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
You hate to be the bearer of bad news, Chief, but that was good. Please, somebody.
Maybe I am a Grim Reaper.
Yeah, please, somebody clip that, please. That is so good. Oh boy. Yeah. So interesting thing though. I noticed right when I died. So in Bioshock 2, they give you a rivet gun, the same stuff that these guys are using, but your gun's actually smaller and more compact than theirs. And I realized, aren't you like a prototype or something in Bioshock 2? Like you're an old Big Daddy, right?
You are an older Big Daddy.
Yeah. So the gun.
And it's also worth noting, if this is maybe a small spoiler, your little sister grew up to become a big sister.
Yeah.
You're Subject Delta. Yeah, no, you're old enough that your little sister is no longer a little girl no more.
Yeah.
That's how old you are.
Yeah, it had like 10 years or something, if I remember the ads correctly.
I believe so. Between the end of this game and the next game, it's been 10 years. But Subject Delta's kind of been asleep this entire time, I believe.
Yeah.
So obviously, he's nowhere to be found in this game.
Stop hurting the little girl! Here, get out of the fire. I got you. Thanks, Sai.
Got it. Well, I think I know what I'm editing next.
What's that?
Probably.
Thank you, mister.
Edit that.
Thank you.
Or what? I mean, I was gonna give it a try myself, honestly.
Actually, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're fine. I just need to find the right now.
By the way, I'd like to mention, it always irked me, because someone actually, I think it was you who brought this up last week. I talked about how I'm like, why is a .38 revolver the weapon of choice? And you were like, well, that's probably what they could smuggle in, because you know a .38 special is .38 revolver's easy to smuggle in. Okay, so. And the Tommy guns and the shotguns and the grenade launchers. Okay, the grenade launchers put together on site. But the shotguns and that kind of stuff. And then, well, hold on.
You can argue.
I have an answer.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
the thing is, I found out from a friend of mine, who loves Bioshock. I ran that question by him, and he was like, "Oh, well, that's easy because a lot of the weapons are actually in Rapture." Because in Bioshock 2, you get to go, like, he wouldn't give me the details. He's like, you get to go to a museum in Rapture, somewhere in Rapture, and they have weapons on display. And it's all the weapons from the first game and some stuff for the second game. So, he goes, by that logic, because sure, people probably smuggle the weapons in, but they could also make weapons in Rapture. He even told me that they apparently made a minigun in Rapture. I'm like, how the hell? I was like, how the hell? Miniguns don't come along to the 1980s. Or, sorry, the modern miniguns, the 1980s. Like, we had miniguns in Vietnam. But I was like, how? What? Okay.
It is worth noting as well that Did you ever watch the movie called Johnny Dangerously?
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene where they're walking him to the electric chair and he's just building a Tommy gun?
Yeah. I remember.
It is worth noting that gangsters I think I said this last week too, gangsters use Tommy guns because they're easy to build.
Yep.
They are, in fact, concealable.
Yep.
You're like, there's no way they're that big. They're not very big. They're easy to assemble, actually, for starters. But no, you're like, oh, what about the shotgun? I'm like, okay, well, in my eyes, a shotgun is, weirdly enough, there's a gray area with a shotgun because a shotgun is weird. You can have a shotgun go from being a flesh wound to lethal depending on what you put in it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Whereas whatever you put into it for a gun, though, on the other hand, will always be lethal regardless because it's got bullets and like the slugs or buckshot or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, and that is true because then you said, well, they've already been down. I'm like, that's true because when you think about it. The idea of free to practice their design and their craft against any moral restrictions means that if I want to build a gun, I'm going to build a freaking gun.
Build a gun. Yeah. It's also funny because I remember y'all get this one for free. Normally y'all have to redeem a history fact, but y'all get this one for free. So the reason the gangsters were able to get their hands on Tommy guns and that kind of became their thing in the Roaring 20s and the 30s in America. It's because the original Thompson was made for World War I. It was a prototype that they were going to be given to troops if World War I had continued. I believe the original prototype was ready to go by 1920 or 1921, if I recall correctly. So a few years later, when the mafia and the mob stuff starts up, there are readily available Tommy guns just handing out. They gave Tommy guns to postmen, for Pete's sake. Like, no. So, there's a reason why. Remember, at the time, mail theft was a common thing. Like, it still was. And because people didn't have armored cars to travel in, they gave the postmen Thompsons. Because no one's gonna fuck with you if you've got a damn Thompson. So, yeah, that's why. I did not know that until recently.
Yeah, and it's in two things, obviously. Please, if you've never seen Johnny Dangerously, please, for the love of God, go watch it. It's a horrible movie, but that's kind of the reason why I'm telling you to watch it, because it's funny.
Is that the one, we're talking about the one that was shot fully from first person, right?
Oh, heck no, I'm not actually. Johnny Dangerously is a comedy movie where a young kid joins the mafia.
Oh, okay.
And it sounds stupid, but he basically, when he was younger, he saved a mob boss and was fathered into the family somehow. And they asked for well, what's your name, kid? And he goes like, no, you're Johnny Dangerously because you like to live dangerously. And it's very stupid. It's like, the classic Leslie Nielsen kind of level of comedy where it's crass but not
not foul.
Horrible.
Not foul.
It's not foul. It's like there's a segment where his brother's like, Johnny, you gotta understand me. I gotta get laid. And he's like, no, you don't. And then there's a weird video PSA that he shows his brother to convince him he doesn't need to have it happen to him about, I can only assume ED or something. I don't know. It's weird, but it's a really good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Although it is worth noting that the bad guy was the ex-bully of the kid when he was younger, when it's revealed. And so he's like, wait, you can't park it. This is for disabled people. And then the bad guy goes, oh, no, I have a disability. I'm psychotic. And then he puts the sign up with the woohoo, and then he puts it, and then they run away. I'm like,
oh,
that's not okay. But
yeah.
Think about it. It's the genre. Of the time, this movie was funny.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like I said, that's whatever. But and maybe it's just something you wouldn't people can say, oh, well, White Christmas is good because it's entertaining. Well, yeah, Bing Crosby's an entertaining dude. Doesn't make him a perfect person. Nobody was during that era, and nobody is now. Still, there's people who are alive today who still aren't perfect.
Yep.
Ooh, dead body.
But yeah, trying to think. There was okay, I have to bring this up because I think it's funny. So do you remember? I'm gonna say I think the 2010s when it came to movies were that decade of where all these old movies were getting remakes, even though they really didn't need them. Like, for example, does anyone remember the Wolverines, the Red Dawn remake, but it was North Korea instead of the Soviets, and it involved, and Josh Peck was in it? If you don't, good, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Because, see, the problem that, the reason Red Dawn worked is because it came out at a time where people were willing to believe that that kind of stuff could happen. Not to mention, upon going back and rewatching that movie, there's actually some really fucked up implications in that movie. Because, for example, they mention openly, in, Red Dawn, when they, after the Wolverines... You
Sorry.
good?
Yeah, I'm good.
After the Wolverines rescue that American paratrooper, or that American operative who's come to, train, the freedom fighters, or the resistance movements, he mentions, they're talking about how everything's gone to hell, basically, in World War III, and he's like, the reason the Soviets haven't completely overrun us yet is because they got about, 50 million Chinamen to deal with. Which, yeah, that nowadays we're like, that's kind of racist. But you'll notice that he said 50 million. And one of the guys is like, aren't there billions of people in China? And this guy flicks a cigarette out and he's like, there were. And me going back and watching that, I was like, that is... Do you see how terrifying of an implication that is with modern knowledge? That's utterly terrifying. Because that means that literally... And again, that's why the movie was smart. It didn't need to tell you that nukes were being thrown around. All it took was some kid basically saying, hey, wait a minute, aren't there supposed to be way more people? And they're like, yeah, there were a lot more people. But then...
And maybe that's what makes an interesting story, is the fact that it's an implication and not an outright spelling. You have to think, wait, what happened? Was it nukes? Was it, disease? You have to think for yourself, and that's what's entertaining and controversial.
Yeah, and it's why, so it's why one of the games that, so here's my thought process. Did anyone ever play, I'm about to show, I don't think I'm showing my age here, but I am showing my taste. Did anyone here ever play Homefront? Not the second one, the original Homefront.
I played the wrong one, and you let me know when I streamed it.
Yeah, the one that was,
You came into my chat to tell me, why are you playing this? I'm like, 'cause that's all I could buy.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, in the original Homefront, it sounds like... The concept itself is ridiculous. It really is.
Stupid.
So, alright.
Yeah.
No, you want to tell him what the plot is?
Okay, so the one I played, the plot was the Koreans sold us military equipment, and then when we had finally won, they flipped a switch and shut it all off.
So that's actually partially true. That's the part of the plot of the second game. So the overall plot of this world, though, is that North Korea conquers South Korea, unifies it into Korea, somehow conquers Japan, and is somehow able to bring China, not to heal, but they're able to make a deal with China, and then somehow they are able to invade the United States and put the United States under occupation because they have super advanced tech. Our own military just doesn't have, is using outdated stuff. And like Cataclysm said, some of our stuff we got from them and they turned it off before they invaded. Again, the North Koreans. That's why it's so dumb. Is that it's the North Koreans who did it.
Thomas, you're lucky that I noticed what the joke you made after that fact, because I probably would have given you about a 30-second timeout there. That was, oh boy.
Yeah, I see it too. Let's check.
Let's not that. Yeah. Let's not. We're here to explain a game and not support a choice. So.
But yeah, now the reason the game was good was because this was the first time, in a shooter, at least that I played, where you weren't the one-man badass with the overwhelming force. No, you were a resistance member. Every person you went up against had better equipment than you, fought better than you, had, all that stuff. And it was about fighting a guerrilla war. Not a lot of games, I stand by this, actually. Not a lot of games get guerrilla warfare right. I don't think a lot of games really understand what it means to have guerrilla warfare. Like, guerrilla warfare is literally like, because so many games that say, oh, you're guerrillas. Okay, then why are we doing these stand-up fights? That's not how you fight. Guerrilla warfare is literally, you hit where you're not suspected, you do as much damage as possible, then you run off. You don't stay.
It is worth noting, though, that 2 also, I believe, was told to be significantly of a weaker storyline, too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It was way weaker.
Which is, you know what's really funny is I was reading a 10 times game companies made really dumb promotional decisions. Did you know that Watch Dogs had a really dumb promotional idea as well?
How's that?
You'll never guess what they did. They sent a locked safe that was ticking to a news company.
Oh my god!
And get this, when they opened it after they presumably evac the entire building and called in a bomb squad, they found a hard copy of Watch Dogs and a clock. That's it. That's all they found. Like a mechanical alarm clock. And now somebody's like, okay, now this is what's weird. The company, this news company, doesn't even cover game news. They covered local news.
Then why?
So it makes no sense why they did that. But you'll never forget about it. You'll look it up now, probably, after you're like, what the heck?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that would have gotten the company sued for doing that. Like,
it got them in a shitload of trouble, and they promptly fired the person whose idea that was, for sure. Because it created unnecessary panic. It's like yelling fire in a crowded theater. It's not like it's illegal, but it's certainly not okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's illegal now, actually.
It is illegal now.
But that was there was also the one when they released God of War, I want to say Oblivion. They had literally, as far as we can tell, no explanation. Maybe because they're like, oh, well, people sacrificed goats in ancient Greece. They had a dead animal.
Oh, yeah, I remember that story.
Yeah, there was that. There was a promotion for a rather mediocre racing, like, bike game, and they had a gas station that supplied free gas for what was supposed to be a week, but it was about 2 days as they literally, ran out of gas.
Yeah. Funny how that works, huh?
I mean, there's a whole host of stuff, and one of them was actually, was it? I think actually it was either that or Homefront 2.
Homefront: The Revolution.
They were on that list as horrible like game promotional ideas, and I'm trying to remember what they had because I watched it at work one day, and then I can tell
you why you're thinking of that. I can tell you one group that actually did a really smart idea was when Metro was coming out, the original Metro game. When it was coming out, one of the things they did was they had guys, like, I think it was both former soldiers and really good anyone who was like a volunteer, dress up like the Spartan guys from Moscow Station, like from Metro 2033, and they were literally standing guard at all of Moscow's metro lines. Like, they were literally, like, shuttling people onto the metros and off of the metros and all that kind of stuff. That is how you do a promotion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's that. Trying to think of some other...
here we are.
Oh, yeah, the Bethesda Name Your Kid Dovahkiin and Win Free Shit. Yeah, I remember.
Well, that worked, because the only person who did it has actually been getting free shit.
Wait, the guy named Dovahkiin, or the people who named him that?
Both.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that actually turned out to be true. They didn't think anyone would do it, but they honored it. Because here's the video I found. Burnout 2 told players to speed, and they would cover their speeding ticket.
Oh my god.
Let's see, what's the next one? Next one was, I found the article that the video is based off of, by the way. Godfather 2 said break the law, and we got you.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's see. What else we got here? The Fallout Nuka-Cola, the dark rum.
Yeah.
It's not real. It was a sham.
Yep.
Let's see. Say Mercenaries 2 World in Flames. They decided to give away free gas. This was the free gas, guys. They were Mercenaries 2 World in Flames. They had the free gas thing. That was what they did. All right. Well, let's see what else we got. Virtual Boy's blockbuster rental mistake. This is the one. Let's see. Decided to embrace the Blockbuster video rental chain after their upcoming hardware was too hard to explain to consumers who hadn't had a chance to try it for themselves. You know what a Virtual Boy is, right? Anybody need a clarification? It was the idea that you could play a video game that was 2 inches from your face, and it was all this really terrible red coloring that hurt your eyes even worse.
Yeah.
So they decided to figure out how to rent their console to Blockbuster. And of course, that promotional didn't do well because the Virtual Boy was a horrible game idea that didn't need to last very long either. Let's see. Oh, the fake protests against Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, they hired those people to do that.
They hired the people to do that, and I bet you it garnered interest in the game for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, like who was it? And like Josiah said, your mom hates Dead Space 2. Which...
Oh yeah, that's also on this list because they're like, why would you show this to your grandmother, your mother? Like, what kind of sick idiot does this? And yes, I mean maybe that is the point they were making is that this ain't your grandma's game. Well, no, it's
neither was the original Dead Space.
Neither was the. Oh my lord!
You want to know the funny thing is that had I wanted to play Dead Space at the time, which I really didn't. But had I shown Dead Space 2 to my aunt, like my mom's sister, she probably would have been like, oh shit, where can I go to play this? Because my aunt is hardcore about kind of stuff. She loves video games. Let me put it this way. When I was like a kid, her favorite game was Space Invaders on the Game Boy Color and later the Game Boy Advance. She was the best damn Space Invaders player I've ever seen. She loves video games to this day. So if I showed her Dead Space 2, she would have been like, oh shit, yeah. And she would have been like, where do I go to play this? What you should have been doing, like for Dead Space 2, like what you should have been doing is getting people like saying, get people who've never played a horror game and be like, let's see how you react to this.
Yeah.
That's what you should have
done. This one we're going to gloss over real lightning quick. This is the PSP's uncomfortable ad campaign that was, I believe, somewhere in the Netherlands where, well, I'm not explaining the picture. Look it up. It's, wow. Just when the tagline for the all-white PSP being released is "White is coming."
Oh, no.
No. Yeah, no, it's not sexual, but type that in and I'm not explaining it on Twitch. I don't want to get this banned for any reason. Oh, no, yeah, and then God of War 2, the dead goat. They literally brought in a dead goat.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to, real quick. What's this? A lovely couple practicing their dancing? This sounds like a job for Dr. Bees!
There's another clip for you.
Oh, it literally... Yeah, there it is. Now you're dancing! Now you're dancing! Oh, wow, they're dedicated. As soon as it stops, they just go right back to dancing. Okay.
Alright, well. Oh, well, that's, yeah. Splinter Cell's conviction apparently had a fake terrorist attack. I can't imagine why that didn't go down well.
Boy.
And then, and then the number one on the list, there it is. Watch Dogs causes a bomb scare.
Yeah.
Oh, this apparently immediately happened after the Splinter Cell conviction game.
Oh, whoops.
So immediately after they had that fake terrorist attack, they did that bomb scare with, oh man, oh boy, Ubisoft, your name is, yeah, you're synonymous with dumb decisions, aren't you guys?
So,
turn this waltz into a disco. Shut up, Josiah.
Yeah. Oh, so this is what Cohen's pissed at me about. Oh, well, guess what, sir? I don't care. You're a freak and, yeah. Your art's bad and you should feel bad. So if the bees don't kill you, these flaming bolts will. Bees! Now there's a pretty photo. I just got the achievement that says irony. Take a picture of Sander Cohen's dead body. Boy. Don't you miss it when games used to be funny with a lot of their stuff? Like, oh, God, Cataclysm, I have to tell you this one. So, in Amber Isle, the little dinosaur game, one of the achievements you can get if you, if you customize your character is, you get a thing that says, don't I feel pretty? Which is which is, of course, a reference to, do you feel bonita? But they couldn't say that because, my control, so it says, don't I feel pretty? And it has a picture of like one of the characters smiling into a camera. Another one has a character holding up a potato, and it says, "I just think they're neat." That's another one of your achievements. They're all memes, and I love it.
I need to convince you. Do you play like stuff like Hades or anything like that?
I know of Hades, but it's not for me. I don't think. Why?
Okay. The guys who made Dead Cells made another game called Windblown. And I can play as an axolotl or a pangolin or a guinea pig. And I'm zipping around this map as one of those animals. I convinced Rallius to join me because it's a 3-person co-op game. There's
one, actually, you're a big roguelike guy. There's one game, I've been seeing ads for it all over Twitter. So the idea is that it starts off with you being a rabbit. You're a rabbit who lost his foot in a gambling game, and literally how it's a roguelite is that you use like a crane machine claw game to get your weapons, ammo, or cards and everything you're supposed to use to play. And that's literally how you play the game, is that every time you get one of those things, you use the claw to grab all your stuff. And like you can get different claws, different upgrades, and all that kind of stuff.
Is it called Rabbit Hole?
I literally don't remember the name.
Let me try and find it. I think it sounds familiar. No, that's something else. What you're describing sounds familiar because I have seen footage of it, but I didn't internalize it either. Again, it is a game. Is this it? I think this is it. The Dungeon Crawler.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, this guy. All right, Pocket Gamer, bring me there. What is this guy called? Oh, it's just called Dungeon Crawler. Okay, yeah, no, like, yeah, this is cool because it's not exactly his foot; it's more like his hand.
Yeah, but like, he's a rabbit, so you get it.
But he's a rabbit, so it's all, yeah, it's still all a foot.
To save one life is to save the world entire. I made a place for the children.
Are you making fun of my indecisiveness?
No.
No, Thomas in chat. Oh no, yes I do.
Will you deliver them from this terrible city at long last?
I could uncanon one thing, it'd be the ending of. Well, the only reason the ending of MHA exists is because the guy who wrote it hates his fans.
Oh yeah, the guy who made My Hero Academia. Yeah, no, he can't stand the fans.
Which, to be fair, the fans did ruin it for anybody.
For a lot of people.
Yeah, for a lot of people.
You want another good example? Okay, this guy doesn't hate his fans, but I know he doesn't. I know he doesn't like how things turned out. You might have actually heard me mention it, Cataclysm. The mangaka who created Monster Musume. Actually.
Oh yeah.
So for those who don't,
a sad story.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, maybe you've heard the story, maybe you haven't. So Monster Musume is that classic, anime and manga about there being a transference program and monsters get to come to the human world and basically try to interact. It's an exchange program. The thing is, on paper, like the entire series was not, when it first started, it was not meant to be anything big. It was just meant to for the guy to be like, hey, I know people like ecchi stuff. This is going to make me money so I can go write my other stuff. It was never meant to be successful. Here's the problem. It was. And this meant that the mangaka was like, okay, well, it's very successful. I got a lot of money now. I'm going to go use the money to do my other projects. No one bought any of his other projects. They just wanted more Monster Musume. Which is really disappointing. But in a weird twist, this I think is cool. He didn't take it lying down. He was like, okay, fine. They like this? Well, screw it. I'm still going to do my cool world building stuff here. So, ever since, it's still the way it is, but Monster Musume has a ton more world building now in the mangas.
It does.
Because he was like, yep, nope, if they want this, well, too bad. They'll get it, but I'm going to keep doing my world building. And a lot of people think that's why it hasn't gotten a second season of an anime. Because, one, they were waiting for the mangaka to catch up, for the manga to further the plot, but also because the other reason is...
I think you're about to say it, but like, because the immediate next story arc after the anime ended got a little weird. And
Yeah, that. But the other thing about it was that there's some idea that people think that no company wants to make a second season because their whole thing is like, oh, well, this story-driven stuff is not going to make it popular. People are only like, we don't want to waste money on that because people may not want to see the story. Hey, Western fan here. I do actually want to see the story because I've read some of the manga. The stories actually get really interesting, and the guy's really good at world building. Case in point.
What?
Go ahead.
I say, why do you think people ate up Monster Girl Doctor so quickly?
Yeah.
The guy who wrote Monster Girl Doctor idolized the guy who wrote Monster Musume. He's like, I can thank this man, the manga, for my obsession for making a world like this.
Yep.
And the worst part is I believe after the light novel finished, that guy kind of just stepped away from the series. We're never getting a second season because actually the main story, the light novel that's based on, is pretty short actually.
Yeah.
But like this gentleman, I feel bad for him, but he doubled down on the world building because he did at least 2 or 3 series that weren't Monster Musume
and they
that
didn't
went
work.
Nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the guy who gave us Dragon Ball was a comedy writer.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can't ever imagine not having Dragon Ball.
Yeah. So, but the other cool thing about the Monster Musume writer, which I think is really cool, is like, so, for example, one of the plot ideas he came up with, because a lot of people mention, they're like, and someone actually asked him once, they're like, hey, how come there are no dragon characters in the world? And he mentioned, it's not only, and first of all, he told them, well, you probably haven't read the manga then, because they do mention it in the manga.
Yes.
But what he ends up pointing out is that because this is basically a cultural exchange or also immigration program, they don't let in anyone who could be considered dangerous. So monsters like the giant wasps, dragons, and other stuff like that are not allowed entry because they're too dangerous, they're too violent.
There are certain species that are just straight up not allowed. Remember the wasp girl?
Yeah, the giant wasp.
Yeah, she's just not. She's too aggressive.
Yeah,
and like no amount of like anything will change that.
Mm-hmm. And they actually have it brought up in the anime and in the manga where she vocally complains. She's like, it's not fair because like, you literally won't let me do this because I'm different. And one of the security people's like, well, no, it's because how you're acting now. You will literally not be. You won't listen to reason. You attack anyone. Like you're vicious and you're aggressive. Which is not really fair, because I'm like, okay, that's how they are, but you can't blame her for that. But the counter to that, because that's what one of the characters brings up, like, that same wasp girl's like, I can't help who I am, you're discriminating against me. To which the main character's like, well, no, because the girls who are here, the men and women, or male and female creatures who are here, they have adapted. They are integrating into society. You're not. So... Yeah. And this was actually, I told Amina and I talked about this at one point. I'm like, this is stuff I would read. This is stuff I would watch. I want to see how this is handled. Because he also told us in interviews that racism is prevalent in that world. It's one of the reasons why, like, only the Japanese are doing the exchange program. There were offers to other countries, but they turned it down. He even said, like, especially the United States said no. And, quote, from the artist, from the mangaka himself, the United States turned down the exchange program due to religious and cultural differences.
Yeah, think about Centauria's first interactions with humans.
Yeah.
Think about what happened with...
Yeah.
What the heck is that? Oh, it's a dancing...
It's a target. It makes a decoy.
Okay. Gotcha. But no, Centauria was being harassed by Yankees, as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
And her instinct, of course, as a person of a kind of a knightly appearance, is to
defend herself
and punish the dishonor she was being given. And instead, she just kicked the main character in the face.
Yeah.
And when she asked, "Wait, why did you do that?" he goes, "Your life here would have ended if that had connected with anybody except me."
Yep. So,
and he's right.
Yeah, so, and there's other stuff too, like one of the arcs we get later is we get introduced to the families of the main girl characters. And they're all very different, as you can imagine. Some of them creepily so, and by creepy I mean like, ugh, I'm not surprised, but I'm disturbed. And then you've got Centaurea's mom, who is not only the head of a knight chapter, like 500 knights, all of them centaurs, all take orders from her mother. And her whole thing showing up is she's like, I don't want a commoner marrying my, hooking up with my daughter. Like, you're not good enough. Because my daughter's a knight. So, you could see the cultural problems. We're literally dealing with someone who has class as one of their main driving points. So, these are cool things that I kept saying. I'm like, this is something I'd watch. I want to keep reading this. But unfortunately, I guess other people are not willing to do that. No, let's just make another fucking isekai, because why the hell not? They sell. So,
I mean, then for every isekai that is, a generic, like 5 paragraph description, there's also Death March, which
is good.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's the exception.
You also have campfire cooking in another world, which is good.
Yes.
Amina and I actually watched the vending machine one, and it is like, it's so fucking wholesome. That's literally, I told my brother, I'm like, I don't care what people say. This is so fucking wholesome that you just want to keep watching it. It is adorable how it's done.
My brother fell in love with my brother Arc Landcore. He fell in love with the wrong way to use healing magic.
Oh God! Wait, is that the one where the dude's a necromancer? Or something?
No, in this case, this one follows the idea of the dude is in a world where healing is reinforcing. So the best healer in the entire world is a 8-foot muscle mommy tomboy who works out a bunch and heals herself to become stronger. So yes, no, that's the one where Grinix is right. Punch to heal, because when you're working out, you're hurting yourself. Fun fact, because your body's so in theory, a healer in this world is the most broken thing ever.
The literal embodiment of the phrase "I'm a healer," but
yes, and then Lich King says, "World's finest assassin." Okay, is which one? Because it's worth noting that anime has a couple of different animes, actually. If you mean the one where he was an old man on his last mission and then he got, taken out while on the plane with his protege, that one's interesting, too. And I started to watch and then I put it down because I just stepped away from it. But that freaking... The intro opening to that one, the world's finest reincarnate card... Oh, that's a good one, too, actually. I think, there's a couple of them, because that one has dark meets light as the opening, and that is such a kick.
There's another one that I think is actually it's slept on, but I think it's really interesting. Is called The Kingdom's Savior is a realist, and it's literally just a dude who looks at things with a more realistic perspective. And it's actually really well done. Not only does he navigate politics, but he also navigates an economic crisis, a crisis of faith, a crisis of people, all of it.
What's really funny is that entire intro to the character is so great because he literally becomes the king of that world, or that kingdom, in the very first chapter.
Yep.
He gets isekai'd, he solves the problem, they're like, guess what, you're the king. And he goes, wait, what?
It's more than that. He actually tells the ruler, hey, if you want me to do this, you need to step down and abdicate. He doesn't take it from him. He's like, I'll do it, but you need to vocally abdicate your position and say you're naming me as your heir, which, as you can imagine, pisses off everyone.
Of course.
But he even says later, he's like, but I planned for that. I planned for everything. And it should also be noted, in that anime and in that manga, he's not a good guy. He's a very morally gray dude. He has...
the main character? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He actually, for example, after a war breaks out between some of the factions, he captures both the king of the Dragonkin and his daughter, and basically tells him, he's like, he goes here's the deal. You started this and you did it, you keep saying you did it out of honor, but the thing is, you could have backed off at any time. None of what I did was a threat to you, but you joined up on it anyway. So, as far as I'm concerned, you were guilty of unwarranted aggression. So, I'm going to have you executed, and then I'm also going to make your daughter a slave. because, one, it's, you know, the medieval style of things. And what's funny is that he actively, like, when the daughter begs to be executed alongside her dad, he's like, no, you don't get that right. In fact, you don't get anything. He's like, for too long, you two have literally had everything you wanted because you get to say. Well, guess what? Not anymore. Your dad dies, you are my slave, and you will do what I say. Now, the thing is, it should be noted, one, he lets her dad live, by the way. I think he becomes, like, what, head of intelligence or something? Like, he becomes, like, an undercover agent of intelligence, basically. But publicly, everyone thinks he's dead. And as for his daughter, well, yeah, she wears a slave collar, but he tells her, he's like, you can come and go as you please. You can do whatever you want, but if I say I need you, you need to come with me. Like, he literally gives her basically all the freedom she could ever want. And he even said, he goes, like, this is literally just, you know, because it's an act that I have to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Thomas is right. He was exiled, not executed. My bad. They execute, which, it's funny because the guy begged to be executed instead, and the guy told him no, because that gives you some form of honor. No, I'm exiling you. If your honor's so important to you, let's see how you do without it. And he exiles him. Now, and, like, that's literally what he does. Anyone you think he's going to get rid of, he actually finds a way to make use of them, which is really smart on his part. Again, he's a realist, so...
Yeah, and let's face it, that there's usually, in most cases, not really any real purpose to, well, killing somebody in those series.
Yeah.
Unless it's very clear that there's absolutely nothing that they're good for. Which, I mean, as a realist, he's going to try and find something that everybody's good for. The day he actually goes through with killing somebody, we know, based on that character, that there was nothing good. They deserved it, and there was nothing they could have done that would have changed his mind.
Which is why Rising of the Shield Hero pisses me off so much, because when they actually have the opportunity to murder that horrible king and his bitch of a daughter, no, our main character steps in like, no, I don't want them killed. Even though people are like, for God's sake, they ruined your life and you want them alive? He's like, yeah, no, there's no point in killing them. And apparently I'm not the only one who thinks that's a hot take, because apparently fans of the series thought that was a dumb decision too. So, whatever.
Have you seen Black Summoner?
Black
What's it called?
No.
What it's called? Let me find it. Maybe it's not called that. It's an animated series. Yeah, of course it is. Yep, it's this guy, Kelvin.
You'll just have to make do.
So this was he was isekai, but he was basically told before he isekai, you would wake up and you would have absolutely zero idea who you were and what you did in your past life, but you are technically an isekai. You've been reincarnated. It's worth noting that the main character, facial-wise, actually really funny, because you can look it up. It's like, people also search for Death March, The Parallel World, Demon Lord Retry, Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter, so on, all that stuff. The main character is a pretty normal-looking dude.
Yep.
But he has a trait I feel is important to note, because it reminds me a lot of another OC of mine. He will never turn down a good fight, regardless of the situation. He is a... And this has been quoted by several people in the series, damn you, you darn battle junkie.
Sounds like Goku. Sounds like Goku.
Basically, he's... Okay, yeah, Black Summoner. Yeah, no, thank you. That's what I thought it was, Thomas. So, the main character is, like, super, like, he's okay. He's, like, I don't want to say morally gray, but he decided as a training episode for the heroes, if you will, of this world, or at least the heroes of a kingdom he kind of knew, that he would pretend to be the bad guys that they were looking for. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, was Black Summoner. They are, yeah, so he pretended to be the bad guy. Him and his, like, group of friends pretended to be bad guys for the heroes. They came in, the heroes summarily got their ass whooped, and instead of going for the kill, he pulls back and goes, You have super speed, right? Why aren't you using it like this? And then one by one, the three heroes, the mage girl, the swordsman chick, and the hero guy, they're all like super confused. Yeah, he starts with a slime, then he gets an undead knight commander, then a demon princess, and then a freaking goddess.
And he just starts telling, he goes like, y'all are shit at your jobs, here's how I'm gonna tell you how to do it.
Oh no, Thomas is listing the people in his party. The people I just listed off with were the people who were considered the heroes of this story.
Yeah.
And so he catches them and by pretending to be the bad guy and rescues everybody ahead of time, but he stages this fake attempt. And in doing so, he says, hey, I'm not going in for the kill because this is what you need to be doing. And he's kind of berating them a little bit. But it's funny because he's able to play the bad guy well enough that they're like, we need to go in and fight this guy. And he does like the ice wall and like all this stuff. And it's like, you know, that's what's interesting. Because he can see the good in their bumblingness, and he's able to play a bad guy enough that they're like, we need to take this guy down. He's a horrible human being, despite knowing these heroes knowing nothing about this dude.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing.
No,
you can have it's like writing a morally gray character can be difficult, but I think people misunderstand a lot, not only in anime but in writing in general. Morally gray does not mean horrific sociopath who is good to one or two people. That is not what that means. Like if your character is a violent asshole or a psychopath to everyone except one or two people, yeah, no, that does not make them morally gray. That makes them a badly written character.
Think about this like this. Think about a Grey Knight from Star Wars.
Yeah, a Grey Jedi, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, not Grey Knight. That's 40K,
yeah, that's from
right?
40K. But yeah, a Grey Jedi who basically walks both the light and the dark and finds balance in both. Because sometimes, to quote a thing I heard last night, sometimes you need monsters to kill other monsters.
Thomas, that is about a little bit before where this series. Well, maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Because Black Summoner. I don't know. I'm thinking of Black Summoner. I'm also confusing it with what was it, the other one? The one where like the guy was like had the ability to talk to animals. Beast Tamer. The guy who's the Beast Tamer, and then they kick him out of the party, thinking like he's useless, and then they realize like, wait a second, this guy was actually really fucking broken.
Yep.
Because he can talk to like
animals.
Bees. Well, no, talking to animals is it's a rare enough skill, but the party then very quickly finds out that this dude isn't just a guy who talks to animals. He is an oddity even among those people who have that ability. Because he's like, what do you mean you can't control like an entire army of like ravens or some shit? Like they asked this one guy who's like a chef or something, and he goes like, that's not normal. People don't do that. And the bad guy named the Accelerator. Badass elf archer. Oh yeah, the elf archer chick.
I mean, the problem with like morally gray in general is that, again, if your character's going to be gray, it's usually because they want to be, well, like the realist character. They're doing something logical, and it makes sense for them to do it. However, with that logic, it comes with putting aside, your other beliefs. You're doing it because, well, I know morally it's not the right idea, but I have to do it because, well, it's the smart and right thing to do right now. And again, this does mean that you're going to have characters who, like, it's okay for them to fail. It's okay for them to make people upset. That's going to happen. A lot of people don't like, let me put it this way. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't like lawful evil characters. Because a lawful evil character, which I should mention, for those who don't know, lawful evil basically means that you do believe in, like, the law and good things like that, but you believe in using it for your own ends, basically.
Yep.
Now, again,
the ends justify the means.
Yeah, the ends do justify the means. Now, with that in mind, one moment. You get the freeze treatment.
Kill the dinosaurs.
The Ice Age! Yeah. What that means, but in general... No, it's fine. I love that joke. The thing about lawful evil is that, yes, to many people, they may be considered heartless monsters or assholes, but they're being realistic. They're just like, well, yes. Like, for example, here's a really good example of a lawful evil character. This is actually from a story someone wrote. I don't remember what it was, but basically, in it, a guy, trying to remember. There's basically this legend, this one-of-a-kind dragon, basically in this fantasy story. It's a one-of-a-kind dragon, and the problem is that there's this other dragon that's going to pick a fight with it. Now, and what ends up happening is that, again, the secondary dragon, there's plenty of its species. But the primary one? Yeah, no. There's only one of it. So the leading character who's lawful evil murders this one-of-a-kind dragon species, like, before the other dragon gets there. He murders it. Like, and when I mean murder, I literally mean paralyzes it and literally, like, slashes its throat. So it literally dies a very agonizing, slow death, but at least it's dead. Why? And when people are like, you just murdered a one-of-a-kind creature, why? And he literally tells him, he's like, okay, let's try to paint the picture here. Let's say that I leave it alive. Well, we've got a few outcomes. This lesser dragon goes and picks a fight with it. It will not win that fight. And in doing so, it will harm or piss off this one-of-a-kind creature, which means it will now go on a rampage and it will attack anyone and everyone it sees because it's hurt. It will lash out at everything. If, let's say I go after the lesser species dragon. Well, if I do that, no one's going to miss it, but that doesn't stop the problem. The legendary, that one-of-a-kind creature is still there, which means other dragons may go and pick a fight with it. So the logical step, in this story, again, dragons are beasts of nature. They can't communicate. They're not intelligent or anything like that. So he's like, so the logical option to preserve the life of everyone, not just other dragons, but also of people, is kill it. So now no creature will go and pick a fight with it. We don't have to worry about the destruction that would reign over the land if they started fighting. So, no, this was the smart thing to do. It's lawful evil, of course, because he did just murder something. But he literally was like, here are all the reasons why this is the right thing to do. Which, that's lawful evil. Where you're like, yeah, I know what I've done is wrong, but this was the smartest option. So, hey, Thunder Assassin, how you doing? Welcome. Your first time here. Make yourself at home.
You know, what's really funny, actually, is that I don't think it technically is. That's Celine. He's one of my good friends through Wolfie.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think last week he popped his head in on D&D night and hit me with, oh, wow, Zaruk's actually farther into Hacker's memory than I was.
Yeah. It's fun, though. It's a fun game.
It's a good game. But yes, thank you for popping in and saying hi, Celine, because I've been trying to get some people from, yeah, we're not going to get into it on stream, but there's people who come in that I've known from other groups who are going to start showing up here a lot more. Have you watched the one about the Immortal Witch? The one that had like that weird council of like her clones, if I remember correctly?
I thought they were different, like, alternate versions of her.
I think so.
I know what you're talking about.
There's also the other one that's there's that one, and then there's the one about the I've been leveling up for 200 years, killing nothing but slimes or whatever. There's that one as well. Let's see. There's a couple. I mean, I hate to be this, but like, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Yeah. Also, yeah. TNT's right. Lawful evil is I'm an asshole, but I've got a point. Yeah, basically. And usually how it ends up with that is like, you know, it's depending on how you do the lawful evil person. Sometimes they're like, look, I don't want to do this. I'm just trying to be on the lookout for everyone. Or you have the guy who's like, yeah, no, y'all are idiots. I know what I'm doing. Just trust me. Which no one likes those people at all.
No. And it's worth noting that people who are chaotic evil or like lawful evil usually are also sometimes the people who are saying they correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they're also the people who believe they're doing this for a good cause, right?
Chaotic evil does it just because they can. Lawful evil are the people who are like, I am doing this for the greater good. There is a reason behind this. There's a method to the madness.
Yeah.
You're thinking of chaotic good. The people who like fight the system because, well, it's the right thing to do even if it's gone about the wrong way. Yeah.
It is, and this is something this is only me who does this, but my brother runs a D&D server / session. I have it, and he said, you know what, every time we do a campaign, if you want to write a little blurb about your character, go ahead over here. I wrote one today about my current D&D character for the campaign he's running. I think I've told you about this one. I believe I said this, or maybe I told somebody else, but my character's a dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
He is a famous chef who created a food craze revolution back in the 200 years ago, according to this world's lore, and he's kind of been heading the forefront of the company of it. And so his days now consist of kind of going around these like contests and making food for people. He's a little, he's got a weird name. It's Twinkie Host this for starters. you can kind of see what you can see what I was going with there.
Yeah.
But I decided to write a little story. Now on the server, I decided to go. You know what? Twinkie is of course not going to be his real name. As funny as it is, that's more like a moniker, like Chef Boyardee. Yes, his last name was Boyardee, but we don't know. I mean, clearly his first name is not Chef. It's like a pen name.
Yeah.
So that was in my brain. Like I need to think of a pen name, and that's what I was doing there. But it's interesting to imagine a character as, you know, like somebody else. And it's important to note that when you're writing the character, you have to think about, okay, well, sometimes there's some difference in that. There's a difference in the storyline. I completely lost my track of my train of thought here. What was I looking at? Oh, anime, duh.
Yeah, the D&D character. We were talking about lawful evil characters and stuff.
Lawful evil. So, as a dwarf, dwarves normally are lawful good?
Lawful neutral,
lawful,
good, stuff like that, yeah.
I believe I succeeded in making a lawful chaotic, I believe. Is that a thing? That is a thing, isn't it? I might be, but no, he's effectively, he is, you remember Barden from Vermintide?
Yeah.
That's my inspiration for the most part, is of what if Barden decided he wanted to be a chef?
Fair.
And it fits, because most people kind of only really have the one accent they have in mind for a dwarf when they think it. They think they sound Scottish, they're down here.
Yeah.
Oh, then, Letty. Like, stuff like that.
Yep.
But it's funny because I'm like, well, why would he be interesting? Why would he be old? Because, fun fact, Twinkie is based off of my very first D&D character when I ever played. Now, it is worth noting, I didn't really play as much as I went to a friend's party that guided me into playing the game.
Yeah.
So it led to me making a really stupid name for the character that I kept for a very long time. So I'm like, you know what? When I started playing Baldur's Gate 3 before it was fully out with friends, I'm like, you know what? I actually have a D&D character, and my best friend goes, what do you mean, Cat? I'm like, I do. His name is Twinkie. And he goes, excuse me?
I'll do you one similar. So I'm currently playing in a D&D game with, I'm hosting a D&D game on Sundays with some of the people of the forest, but I'm also in a game on Saturdays where I'm playing a kobold wizard. And the thing is, most of the time the characters I make are, you know, I did have a lawful evil character who became lawful neutral. He shifted his view on things. But the current character, like, the current kobold I've been playing, is his whole deal is that he's what's called the Speaker. The Speaker is a chosen kobold who was supposed to be like the connecting line between dragons and kobolds. Supposed to speak for the dragon's behalf, all that kind of stuff. Problem is, in this setting, a lot of the dragons are gone, dead, or, you know, have been scattered. And kobolds, which were, like, if anyone's played any kind of fantasy game, you know, kobolds are not very well liked in most places.
Nope.
So without the dragons to really protect them, a lot of kobolds have found themselves either exterminated or removed, you know, just gone from things. So, as he tells people, he is the last speaker because there's no one else left from his tribe who could do it. So, and as this has gone on, as the story's gone on, he's noticed more and more how people, like, either kind of look down on him because he's a kobold or don't really understand his situation. He's also very defiant against individuals. Case in point, because kobolds are defiant creatures in their own way, when an avatar of a deity started harassing one of the party members because said party member left that deity's service because they were like, yeah, no, that guy's an asshole, I'm gonna find another god. Avatar of said deity showed up to literally take its power back from that character. And what does our kobold wizard do? Stands between the two of them and tells this avatar to its face, you know, at least the, and he goes, at least the god she worships, you know, he goes, you're worse than Tiamat. For those who don't know, Tiamat's the dragon queen. Like, she's full on, like, evil as evil can be. He basically goes, like, you're worse than Tiamat, at least she doesn't try to pretend to be righteous. Which this guy does. And one of the reasons I love Jaeger as our DM is Jaeger's response, as that avatar was, I don't act righteous, I simply am. Which is both, you know, I am because of God and also because I am righteous. And in the end, this same character who was trying to figure out what his role and everything was, literally offered up his first sacrifice, like an offering basically. And he basically asked Tiamat, who is not a god you should be talking with unless you want to be evil in some form or fashion, literally asked her, I need the power to do what I need to do, like, so my will can be done. And again, as one of my other friends pointed out, you do realize, I love what he said, he's like, you do realize talking to an evil deity and saying, please give me the power so my will be done, is not exactly something a good person would say. To which my response was, well, no one ever said he was good. He's literally just been pushed to his limit. At this point, it's, I need whatever I can get it to get it done. If anything, it's kind of a tragedy. Because, you know, characters who are like, I had no other option. And this time they mean it, you know? Like the characters who exhausted all options who were like, well, got no other choice, even if that means I gotta condemn my morality. So.
You know, what's really funny is the previous one I was in, and this is what's really confusing my people in the group don't let me shut up about it. I had a, this one is Twinkie. The previous campaign with my brother, I was Kooky, or Kookaburra Laugh, what is it? I was, what are they called?
Kenku?
The bird?
Kenku?
I was a Kenku. But I was specifically a Kenku that was a Kookaburra. And now Kooky was part of the original campaign, my very first campaign with people IRL, outside of the one I had when I was like 10 with a friend's party. That guy was a rogue, this guy was a plague doctor, so his whole deal was poisons and stuff. So it was interesting to play the character that was remarkably pretty timid when I first started playing as rather, well, aggressive. Because the second thing that that my brother introduced was an OC of ours that is a, how do I put this? That is a physical realization of Azathoth.
Oh.
So, but no, you're like, okay, so the demon, right? No. Azathoth, in this particular case, is the sleeper. The one who wakes, and when he wakes, the world that he is dreaming ceases.
Yeah.
Now, but what was really interesting is that in the lore, this character is an OC of ours.
Yeah.
His name is Reginald Isaac Dupnik III. And you're like, okay, what the? He is a 7'8" old man, like as far as we can tell, he's always been old, who has like a Hulk Hogan, a handlebar mustache, and crazy hair, and an even crazier voice. And he's, well, friendly, remarkably friendly. But it's worth noting that it's a very detailed thing I said is like, you can tell when he is Dupnik and when he is Azathoth. You see, Rising got married one day, and for the very first time, this is the other cat, so I'm Cataclysm Rising, this is Cataclysm, this is what you see on screen. Rising does not have any art yet. He is effectively Cat's mentor.
Yeah.
We'll go with mentor. Everybody assumes he's his older brother. That's not exactly the case because there's some other stuff there for Rising. Rising got married, and when he did, the Dupnik, of course, came to his wedding because he's actually his great uncle. He is his father's brother.
Yeah.
And for the first time ever, he looked down, his eyes unclouded, he looked at Rising and said, keep your allies close, keep your enemies closer. The world you're seeing before you is going to change. And then his eyes clouded back over, and then he went back to going to, like, well then, where's the punchline? I must find the punchline. It is interesting doing this character because he sounds like he should be permanently insane, but when he's not sounding insane, that's what's terrifying.
Yeah.
Actually, Core designed the character for when he was starting to wake up. Magic does not work. Now that's not magic doesn't attack him. That's as in you roll to attack, and no, you didn't.
Oh, damn.
As in you don't even get to hit him with magic. So that fight when he started to wake up, I had to beat him crapless with the blunt end of a sword to knock him unconscious again, so that he would wake up back as, well, his character. But we had somebody in our party who was a mage, and he tried to light him up with Fireball, and
Didn't work.
And Core says, you go to cast Firebolt. And he pauses. You go to cast Firebolt. Wait, didn't you just do this? You go to cast Firebolt.
Okay.
He says this 3 times. Yeah, so he's like, you just don't. You just don't cast Firebolt. Like it's not even like it doesn't do damage. It's like you suddenly don't have the ability to use magic.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy idea, because even in anti-magic fields, you know you can cast it, you can roll to do it, but you just, and that was something that kind of sucked. There was the theme of no magic is good, because the final boss fight was against 2 beholders that had anti-magic gaze, which kind of sucked. But it's an interesting idea. Like, how would you do an Elder God? Easy. An Elder God says, fuck you to the rules of whatever the rules of that world are. In this case, magic being an attack. No, it isn't.
Yep. Oh, I do have to tell you, Lich King's right. I should. Now, Lich King, you mean what happened recently with the spell thing? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else? Because Lich King's never played D&D before, and yet there have been some badass moments for his character. So let's see. I can give you 2 while he types out the thing. So first thing that happened was that when his character went into a temple dedicated to all the dragon deities of D&D, I had him roll the dice. And then I told him after he rolled, I'm like, you're going to want to re-roll that. And so he did. And I literally described it as you're, proceeding around the temple, you feel and see this almost magical-like essence wrap itself around you and try to pull you into one of the rooms where these statues are of the deities. And as it wraps around him, I was like, you make notice that this room's under guard, because that room belongs to Tiamat, which freaked out everyone. But then I described it as another tendril coming in and severing that one. And this time, there was no force pulling him, it just gestured in a certain direction. And that's the one he listened to. And then the most recent thing is, a shaman tried to cast Polymorph on another one of the party members, and Lich King's character rolled a nat 20 on counterspell and reflected the spell back at the person. Which, normally you don't do, but I believe in rule of cool, and if you can literally roll a nat 20 on a counterspell, then yeah, no, you just shove that bitch right back at somebody.
Say...
Yeah, no you. Yeah, Grinex, you.
That's a good one, because sometimes that rule of cool justifies. We had, the most recent fight we had was on top of a temple against, Necromancer, Shrek, Donkey, and a dragon.
What?
It gets weird. Don't worry about it. But it was...
I'm not going to worry about it. But again, my question stands. What?
So this guy apparently stole an artifact that we were tasked to find for having Wolfie's character basically brought back to life by a temple.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, they said, hey, can you get this artifact back? This guy was using this artifact to basically revive the undead. And we happened to be on top of the temple of the god that he was praying to. It is worth noting that it would have been cool if it worked, but we had found out that this guy was like a big bad and he was able to heal pretty easily. But my character was the Dragonborn. He flew to the top because he has spectral flight, of course, because it's something that I can do. And I flew to the very top of the skybox, and from an advantage of both height and flying, casted Vitriolic Sphere. And I think I'd say the next turn I threw Eruption on it, and I damaged the temple, which angered the ghosts. But at the same time, it was interesting to me because that temple was, it was not looking hot by the end of that battle. It was covered in spider webs, it was covered in Eruption, it was covered in Vitriolic Sphere acid.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember exactly the line that was said. There was like something about, you'll find that mayhaps you should have taken the high ground in this situation as you are taking the high ground against someone who can fly. And then I just kind of like launched Vitriolic Sphere at the advantage at him. Something stupid like that. But it was interesting to me because before we even got to the temple, in the temple above the temple looking down as this guy was trying to summon the dead back to life, was a giant creepy eyeball.
Oh.
And our first instinct was, well, we still got to get that artifact, and my character rolled to figure out what it was, and the DM did say, like, here's what's looking down, and you guys can see that. but all my characters said, well, that's interesting. You joined VC to set the record straight? What do you mean set the record straight, sweetheart? What exactly did I say wrong? Oh, you mean about the Shrek thing? It wasn't exactly Shrek. Yeah, no, it was somebody else. What was his name? Hold on. Oh no, actually, was it? What we were trying to revive Ami, right? Because your dog got downed and we took her to. I might have to leave the VC actually. It's almost 7:15. It's almost time for dinner, isn't it? Isn't it for me? Anyway.
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. So if you wanna, like, you,
okay.
Yeah, you can continue telling me. I'm gonna be right back. Be right back, everybody.
It's my turn to entertain the masses now. Wow. Damn it, I want to juggle. Juggling would be cool. What am I getting wrong? Sweetie, what am I getting wrong? Hold on. You're gonna DM it to me, or? It was Hottie. Fuck, it was Hottie. You're right. Why do we not have Hottie anymore, then? We're just down to the one dog, aren't we? That was Ami. Or did we, like, fuse Hottie with Ami? I remember, like, Ami got really much more power. Oh, no, she's recovering, and you were told to take one of the dogs with you. We just chose Ami. Sorry about that. That's me itching my throat, chat. Apologies. Yeah, the lore for the character in that campaign is he's Draco, simply Draco, and the whole idea is he's some weird, like, space dragon, but for everyone he looks like a dragonborn. What you need to understand is he is what I said, he was like he was a god that came to Earth. We do have a lot of characters like that between me and my brother's lore. Miniature giant space hamster. No, in this case, Space Willy Wonka, which is funny when you think about it, because Willy Wonka isn't really a good description for him. You know the planet that's like this theme park in Doctor Who? He basically drives that around as his mobile base when he's not doing stuff. It's weird. I had to figure out how to make him a character and still make him be entertaining. But I said, it's probably the best character to make a character because he's so, like, obtuse and, like, obscure in my lore. All I really have about him is he dresses like he's a carnival master, he's a dragon, and he's very, very powerful. That's about all. And he's British. Exceptionally British. Painfully British, exactly. Like, I think I did his voice briefly, I think, earlier. But it's funny because my immediate next character was a kookaburra who is painfully gremlin, and then the guy who was after that is a dwarf, and he is painfully Scottish, or I guess dwarvish, because Scottish and dwarves are kind of hand in hand when you think about it with the accents people use. So hello, Red Mage. It is worth noting, people, for anyone who's not on the Discord server, which I guess I can do this real quick. Hold on. Red Mage's birthday is this Friday, so if you're all here for the Friday stream, wish Red Mage a happy birthday if you see them floating around as well. Hello, welcome back.
Yeah. I actually remembered something funny I wanted to tell you. If Bo and Tara was here, I guarantee he's seen it too. There was a joke going around. You're familiar with a lot of those dumb things like, would you rather choose the man or the bear? Or stuff like that, asking women that.
Oh, God, have it. Oh, God, have it. Yes, yes. What's that?
So a actual woman posted this up, and I thought it was hilarious. Because she's like, all you women out there choosing the bear, well, guess what, bitch? The bear's actually Zeus in disguise. And I was like, which I was like, and then and this was a guy, which I thought it made it even funnier because he responded, he goes like, actually, both the man and the bear are probably Zeus when you think about it. So, and I don't know, like, it's messed up in a sense, but at the same time, I'm like, these quizzes, that whole question is stupid anyway. So, like, look, again, here's the thing. As a guy, I'll say this right now, and Amina and I have talked about this too, but I swear to God, if I ever hear someone, saying, relying on that whole thing of, oh, I would choose the bear over the man. Okay, well, the male equivalent of that question is, who would you rather talk about your feelings with? A woman or a rock? And in most cases, men choose the rock. Because look, I'm not going to go too in-depth on this. I'm blessed that I can, and I'm pretty sure you can do this too, Kata. I'm blessed that I can talk to Amina about how I'm actually feeling, and she will listen, and she cares, and she's willing to help. It is not a crime for someone to feel vulnerable. And the fact that men are actually saying, yeah, no, I would much rather confess, my weaknesses, my feelings, all that kind of stuff, or how I'm emotionally and physically, spiritually doing to a rock rather than a woman. Because, there's a lot, I know a few of them. There's a lot of women out there who think that a man has to be strong all the damn time. Newsflash, if you can't be strong all the damn time, why should I be strong all the damn time? Like, it's dumb, okay? These questions are dumb. If you can't, sure, everyone's different, but, if you literally have to base your thought process on, or your mindset is, oh, yeah, I don't trust any man or woman to do anything, then I guess you're going to be single for your whole fucking life. So, oh well.
How does that meme go? I'm trying to remember how the meme exactly goes, because like I mentioned earlier, I'm really happy I have Wolfie in my life, and that's going to be complete here. And Zaruk, of course, you're happy you've met Amina. The other OC that I use as Kat's mentor is interesting, for lack of a better term, as maybe not exactly obvious. He does have multiple partners. Now, it's worth noting that some people are like, wait, what? That's where it gets weird, is that idea was probably bizarre a year or two ago. It's still, maybe not a year or two ago, but it's probably bizarre like maybe a decade ago. It's not as uncommon as you think now.
What,
because
polyamory?
Polyamory, yeah. Because in my brain, I'm like, how would you try and placate a Minotaur, a Greater Lich, a primordial witch, and then the first werewolf? The answer is you don't.
Yeah.
You can't choose between any of those swords. And as stupid as it sounds for the power scaling of Rising is understanding that, hey, maybe pissing off any of the four of these is an absolutely horrible idea for my health. I don't know why. Just something about it, Even further still is diving into the lore between the Greater Lich being the daughter of his father's arch nemesis is getting weird, but that's the story for another time, maybe later. But I may be strong, but yes, we revived Hottie. Ami got the power up. Thank you, sweet. That's what I'm like, you're right, it was, because Hottie is back, but he's no longer on the
unlimited power! I'm sorry, unlimited power! Okay, I'm done. I've never had enough lightning energy to do that, so I've never been able to fry a Big Daddy in one go with a lightning gun. So
there's your clip, guys. There's a third. Actually, there's a third one for this playthrough thus far.
But yeah, I think you and I can both agree in regards to just, it doesn't matter if it's characters or people. I will say this, I'm pretty sure everyone here in this community knows this, but it's worth repeating anyway. First of all, there's no such thing as a perfect relationship. There are going to be things that you disagree on with your significant other. There are going to be things y'all fight on and, get angry about. The sign of a good relationship is that immediately after that, you can both sit down and talk out about what happened or how y'all feel. Because if you walk away from the problem and don't address it, and I speak personally on that because that's my mother's view on things, is just walk away. I'm sorry to say this, walking away does not make the problem go away.
No.
Makes it worse.
It makes it come back later down the road.
Yeah. And in some cases will be even worse because of it.
And not even partners, just find friends that hold you accountable.
Yep.
I mean, we're not going to get into names here, but there's a couple people both me and Zaruk have dealt with before who don't have that.
Yeah.
They don't have a community that calls them out. They don't have a girlfriend that calls them out. They don't have friends that call them out.
That's why I keep telling you guys all the time on streams. I'm like, that's why I can do this, because I have a community that keeps me honest. And I don't care how much it hurts me. If I am out of line at some point, I want my community to say, Zaruk, you are out of line. You need to back down on this one. Or something like that.
And I guess that in theory makes me interesting as a moderator and a content creator is, although, to what Thomas said earlier, was in turn with what we were talking about on stream, maybe Twitch would have looked at that, which is a cooler notion. A villager who can kick your ass with a stick, or someone that can kick your ass barehanded.
Someone who can kick your ass barehanded.
Yes. Because it's interesting to note that a stick is an interesting idea. Not a lot of characters in my lore use non-bladed weapons. Draco uses a cane as a focus and as a weapon. It's actually canon that, while most a sorcerer, he's a sorcerer for starters, because I wanted to have vitriolic sphere because it was funny as shit, and there's a lore reason to it too. But that cane is heavier than it looks because Draco is just on the cusp of being a extra large character, despite Dragonborns only realistically being upwards of 6 feet.
Yep.
Because he's not actually a Dragonborn. That just happens to be the closest thing I could get to him without reinventing the wheel, basically, really quickly.
Also, I'm about to, okay, so I've told y'all before, there's a lot, this game's not exactly scary, but there's a lot of squicky or spooky stuff in it. Yeah, this is one of those things. So, for those who haven't been able to read what's going on, we basically, the only way we're going to get after Fontaine is a little sister has to open the door for us. Problem is, the little sisters only respond to Big Daddies. So we have to we gotta dress up, smell like, and have the voice of one. This is literally a voice box modification machine. I don't think I need to tell y'all where your voice box is. And I also don't think I need to tell you that that looks fucking terrifying.
Oh, yeah, it's covered in giblets.
Yeah, so this thing is literally going to reach into your neck and scramble your vocal cords to give you a deeper voice. I believe, like, what is it, like the longer your vocal cords are, the deeper your voice or something like that?
Yeah, because the shorter sound waves make higher frequencies.
Yeah, so, so to give you an example... that just sounds weird. Oh, and just in case you forget that you did that, from now on until the end of the game, from what I've heard, actually no, it's been years, but I do remember this detail. When you take damage, you will grunt like a Big Daddy. You can actually hear the grunting and like the guttural sounds. So, yeah.
That was kind of the animation for him standing up to fight you was kind of comical.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Reminds me, I have a survival game that changed how gliding works.
A cooler, wait, I'm looking at what Izzy said. A cooler notion is a character who can kick your ass with anything they grab in a public space. Oh, you mean like any British bar or pub goer? Like,
I believe that is something. That's a feat to like bar brawling or something.
Tavern brawler.
Like,
tavern brawler.
It increases the improvised attack damage, which unarmed strikes usually are improvised attacks, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, that's a pretty common. You are now small daddy.
Yeah. Well, that's what you are because you're human size.
Well, there's some art there idea. We just put Zaruk in a tiny costume and say, "Now don't call me daddy." Yes, by a wooden ruler. Nope, that's possible. Maybe Jackie Chan. Oh yeah, be gone, Long John Silver. Oh man. I don't know what I was gonna say. Probably head over to my thing here.
All right, we gotta head out.
All right.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
appreciate you coming by. Always fun to talk.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna step out here, and we're gonna try and have me come in here at the starts on Mondays if I can, for as long as you're doing this, because it does. I feel like this is one of those games you can kind of shut your brain off, but you also kind of have to sit there and talk about what's happening.
Oh, also before you go, I should mention. So somebody got Azibo Space Marine 2.
Oh my
She
Lord.
actually she was playing it earlier today while I guided her through some stuff. We even gave her a personality test to feel like which Space Marine chapter she belongs to, so she could customize her setup. To the surprise of no one, Azzy's a salamander, so the super good boys.
Aww.
I told her, I'm like, well, I was like, congrats, you basically got the nicest Space Marine chapter you could. But that means if someone's going to draw you in your in armor, you're going to need to turn your fur coal black and give yourself blazing red eyes. And she's like, wait, why would I have to do that? And I'm like, because that's what happens to the salamanders.
Yeah,
So,
isn't there, was it
Vulcan.
Who was it?
Vulcan.
It was, no, there's a comic about, or it's like, do not fear little one. The cavalry has arrived, and then the Vulcan took his helmet off and scared it crapless.
Yeah.
The little child, so she ran over and I think she hugged an Imperial fist on the kneecap.
Yeah.
Which somebody pointed out, if this was lore accurate Imperial fist, they would drop kick the child, but I guess that's whatever.
Well, no, they would just push the child away. It's funny though, because yeah, like no, they were literally like, don't. It's the literal embodiment of that quote. I don't remember the name of that droid from Rogue One. The whole, you're being rescued. Please don't resist. Please do not resist. Yeah, that. What's his name? K2SO. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's K2SO.
Asshole bot.
Yeah. Did you know that wasn't me? Of course. But anyway, I know you gotta go, so I'll talk to you later.
And I agree with Andrea. Can you send me that quiz? Because as funny as it is for me to be Blood Ravens, I don't think that's accurate.
Sure.
For me.
Hold on. I actually can give it to you right now. Actually.
Well, we might actually start the my thing off by doing that here.
Yeah, sure. Let me grab it for you then. Where is it? Oh, also before you go, I added. I had to change some sounds on my soundboard. I got a new one.
Oh.
All right, hold on. Let me. I'll give it to you in a second. Let me just grab this.
Let me see if I can find it here.
No. It's on my soundboard. Yeah. So here it is.
God damn it!
I got Agent Washington's thing. I had to cut out the rest of it, but it's the whole whoa, are you okay? I'm great. That.
Are you gonna throw up? No.
Yeah, all right, so I'm gonna send this test to Andrea because she wanted it. I'm gonna send it to you. Let's see. Here you go. It's 45 questions, by the way, but they're agree or disagree questions, so you'll be fine.
Okay, it's not like a. Is it like the agree or disagree? Is it a yes no, or is it like on a scale
do you agree, slightly agree, strongly agree, fully agree, that kind of thing?
Got it. The ones that are like hey, how do you rate your performance at work?
Yes, basically yes.
Yeah, okay.
And it's very accurate though. So some of the questions may feel like repeats, but trust me, it's accurate.
I'm gonna actually, you know what? As a preemptive decision here, I'm gonna throw this in the tabletop section on your server. Now that I'm thinking about it as well, because there's probably enough people who are not Andrea who also are curious as well in chat.
Go for it.
So,
I'm actually curious to see what you'll get. If you should take it at the start of your stream because I'm curious to see what you'll get.
Actually, a question: is it quick enough? You think I can take it here and then go do my stream?
I think it took Azzy and I like 15-20 minutes. Just because there's so many questions. It's 45 questions. So that's your call.
I'll do it now.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's already 7:30, and even then I don't really have any particular idea. The thing I was supposed to be going to was canceled, and then I have something I'm supposed to go to at 8 o'clock. It sounds like, so I'm keeping an eye on that as well. But
Izzy, I know you wouldn't be a Space Marine. We've already talked about it. You would be an Inquisitor. Ow.
We'll take it as Rising first. That'd be funny.
Nice thing is your name means nothing. It's just all the answers.
Yeah, basically.
You will make Big Daddy out of you yet, I think. But there's only one piece missing. The bodysuit. Go to fail-safe armored escort.
Ah, what? What happened? What? Wait, what happened? What happened? Wait, what did I... I'm very confused. What happened? I pressed a...
Where do you think you're going?
I pressed a button and then I died. What happened?
You are able to draw
It was not the muffin button, we can tell you that.
Yeah.
Has Mother Goose really got a hook into you? You can knock Ryan all you want, but the old man will know on one point of fact. You don't even walk with somebody this good.
I'll have to figure that out. I don't know what happened. But yeah, go ahead and take the quiz and tell me what you get.
3 things. Free market, free will, and free man.
I think the interesting thing is that when you take the quiz, it asks you a lot of questions about your, especially about your morals on things. You know, like, how willing are you to, like, you know, do whatever needs to be done? What are your most important values in people? Like loyalty, brotherhood, camaraderie, power, those kind of things. All right, let's go take a look at what exactly what button I pressed. Hang on. Here we go. That's gonna help. There we go. Pretty sure that's all the upgrades I can get.
Master Ryan picked this place. Here is where they built their filthy dolls. Right. Find the pieces of the suit. Guide.
Something I've noticed about this game, for those who are, for those listening or watching, one thing I've noticed is that once you get to late game, if you have the right plasmids to boost your wrench damage, yeah, no, you don't need to use your guns very often. You can just scrounge up ammo because you can literally just beat people down with your wrench and not even have to worry about it.
You're running around basically treating the game like it's COD.
Yeah, in a sense.
Melee kills do more damage than they should feasibly because it's the game mechanics way
Yeah.
for punishing you for getting close enough if some fuckhead can't shoot you.
Yep. Treating it like a tied game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if an ogre can close enough of a distance to hit you with something, you know, you deserve to get flattened like a pancake.
Rock. Rock. Not gonna read all that, sir. Because good for you if it's good. Sorry for you if it's bad.
Gave me a medal. I like the Imperium.
I likes the Imperial Guard. The Colonel asked me what I was supposed to be doing. I told him whatever I was told to do. He called me a genius and gave me another medal. I have to keep telling people, I'm like, look, they may have the minds of a 6-year-old, but they're still extremely loyal, and they're good guys.
Oh, yeah.
That's why so many people
Yeah.
like the... It's funny how the Ogren became, like, even if people don't play the Ogren, they love him to death in Dark Tide anyway.
Oh yeah, like, and I think it's worth noting that the only reason I play the Psyker is because I enjoy the aspect of the craziness of the characters' quoting lines that I use.
Blood for the Emperor! Skulls for the Golden Throne! She's a little confused, but she's got the spirit.
Exactly. What is the comic where it's like the guardsman's like, is this a heretic or is this a loyalist?
And like he just just staring at the meter. Yeah.
And the Ogren is like the if dead equals more rations.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of my, like, that was one of the best descriptions of the too long didn't read thing. It's an Ogren with a thumbs up going, not gonna read all that, sir. Good for you if it's good. Sorry if it's bad. Ow. There we go. Pretty sure there's supposed to be a thing in here for me. Let's see, yeah, look in the... Okay, that's where I am. Wonder where it is. Have you played Dark Tide since the big update? I have not.
I keep downloading it and thinking about playing it and then uninstalling it when I need space for other stuff. I had a friend who, like, I think it was Laz, told me to reinstall Helldivers 2, and I did, and then I just, like, I don't know. Meh. I'm playing other things. I did uninstall Space Marine 2 only because, realistically, I was having horrible internet issues for the longest time, and no offense, but that game is very hard to play if you don't have good internet.
Yeah, it is.
So...
one game I do want to try out at some point, because I have it, is, I want to try out the Starship Troopers game, because it's fully out now.
It is.
Yeah, and even got freaking Casper Van Dien, to help work on it.
They did! Alright, so...
Just good old General Rico himself.
So the next thing they need to do is add him to Helldivers then, right?
Oh, he's, well, I think now that, Starship Troopers has got him, I don't think they're gonna let him go.
Of course not, no.
And what's funny to me is that they actually brought him and his daughter in to actually, quote-unquote, bug test the game at one point. And it's very clear that Casper is, like, he gets it, but, like, it's very clear he's probably never played many video games in his life. Meanwhile, his daughter is over here making him look like a fool with how good she is.
It's the younger generation. That's just they have more time for games. I'm sorry. That's another reason why I don't play. That's another reason why I don't play COD no more or anything like the competitive shooters, because the competitive shooter is dominated by people who have no life outside that game.
Yep. Another thing I noticed is I don't know who the guy is, but he's the guy who like goes around playing Among Us and VR chat and like quizzing kids like with trivia and everything. And it always amazes me to see how smart a lot of kids actually are. Because a lot of people like to say, you know, oh, kids are stupid nowadays, thanks to Uncle iPad. No, I've met some pretty smart kids. The reason you think that is because you're not willing to teach them yourself or anything like that. So,
what cannot be taught in school is learned by curiosity.
Yep.
If a child is curious, they will go to Google, they will go to the internet and look it up.
Yeah, which is
the
why...
only good thing is that people are not going to Google anymore because Google's decided to change their search engine to be strictly AI. You can't look up pictures anymore that you're trying to find because Gemini, or whatever the hell its name is, has told us that Goku has a secret for increasing cheesiness of cheese recipes using glue. What? Like, it hurts my brain, but people who used to say go Google it, no. Now you're gonna say go look up a YouTube video of it.
Yep. And then you've got people who are, and then you've got like again, some kids who, like I said, are extremely smart, which is great. But then you've also got like, I think the other thing is that we have this, well, related to what you were saying is that if they're curious, they'll go check it on the internet. Yeah, which is why you need to teach sex ed in school, because otherwise, they'll go look it up. So.
Oh, that is too funny. All right, so my top 3 is White Scars, Blood Angels, and Iron Hand. Well, actually, no. Sorry, Raven Guard. Iron Hand's 83%.
Huh.
But the Loyalist Space Marine that originated from Mongols.
Was it a tie? Or like...
No, those are the those are the 3 highest, starting with White Scars, then to Blood Angels, and then to the Raven Guard.
Those are good. Literally, White Scars has just got to go fast. The chapter.
Yeah, because it doesn't give me a name exactly here, but no. And then from down from Raven Guard goes Iron Hand, then 76% for the Salamanders, 73% for Space Wolves, and then 60% for the Blueberry Boys, and then 53% for the Imperial Fist.
And the Iron Hands are the flesh is weak. Those are the guys who... funny. Yeah, those guys are the ones who, like, you know, like, replace a lot of their bodies with cybernetics because the flesh is weak. At least that's what they...
It's funny because I started trying to think about how to take it as Rising, and then halfway through I said, just take it as myself. So that I might have tainted the results a little bit by just changing the direction, because I think... Yeah. I think Blood Angels is pretty high compared to White Scars because at some point I was leaning more Blood Angels.
Yeah.
Which is really funny when you think of those 2 options as Whitley.
Unlimited power.
But yes, so those are my options. I can post these on Twitter if I really want to, or in this case Blue Sky. Either or. I still have both technically. But yeah. That's good for now. I'm gonna go set my stuff up. And,
Alright.
thank you for having me.
No problem.
As always.
I'll talk to you later.
Yep. Talk to you later, boss.
All right,
Bye.
see ya. Wasn't just that I hit him with a lightning gun, I lit him on fire with an explosive buckshot round. Alright, so now we gotta get the boots, which are in the library. Gonna guess that's the only place I haven't checked. Hell, if we move quick, we might just finish this game. Shut up, Fontaine. Nobody cares.
Nobody never told you nothing but lies till I come along.
I mean, except you lied to me as soon as we met. The whole thing about Atlas was a lie. Gotta wait for the frickin' security to turn off. I don't know, I guess we'll find out, Fontaine. Let me just find out where you are. Oh, no, that's the reason it's like that is because I upgraded the weapon. That's why it looks like that. It's silly. Alright, hang on. Let's see. Don't you love it how when the bad guys know they're in danger, they just won't stop talking? He knows he's up shit creek if he doesn't figure something out, and yet his response is to just, I'm gonna keep blabbing. Oh, trust me, we will indeed murder the shit out of Fontaine. We just gotta get to him first. Alright, have a good one, Thomas. Anyway, I gotta go find another little sister. I'm not a fan of the fisheye lens, but that's because I'm wearing the diving suit. Aha! There's one. He doesn't have a little sister with him, so we gotta wait. Come on. Ah! Got it. Alright, bud, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This is gonna hurt. Alright, well. So, for those curious, that's all of them. We have saved every little sister in the game. So, yours truly, Zaruk Windcaller, has once again saved and, I guess, adopted every child. Oh, that's my turret doing its thing. Oh, he's dead. Good job, Mr. Turret. Alright, last time to get anything interesting. Yeah, baby. So, some of the things you can do. Winter Blast. Or, hold on. Winter Blast freezes people. Obviously. Y'all seen Electro Bolt. Dr. Bees! Y'all seen that one. We have Telekinesis, which still just grabs stuff and throws stuff back at people. And then Sonic Boom, which is Force Push. Okay. Oh, wrong way.
You need to bring them out of hiding, and then they'll let you in the door. Go on, hit the vent with your wrench. Would mean very much to me if you will be gentle with the girl. Mein kleines Mädchen.
So, here's my problem. This is where the game decides to not be fair. Because, like, this is where it gets tough. You have to escort this girl all the way to the objective. And as you come across bodies with Adam in them, she's going to stop to collect it. Which means she is vulnerable. And it sucks, because that means you have to basically stand by and protect this little girl. And, well, hopefully she doesn't get hurt. Back when I played this game for the first time, I lost one. Hopefully that won't happen again.
The little ones will need you to protect. But you must protect them.
Angels don't wait for slaves.
Son of a bitch. Oh, that's a Big Daddy. Wait, can I take your picture? Oh, okay. Guess I can.
Hurry! Hurry, Mr. Bubbles!
that wife and child bit. Oh, me poor Moira. Me wee baby Patrick. Maybe one day I'll get me a real family. They play well with the suckers.
Angels don't wait for slowpokes. Time to go, Mr. B.
Where's that camera? Oh, it's over there.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see it. No time to waste.
Hey, you make a good Ultramarine, Andrea.
Even though they are physically free of the need to gather, Suchung's mental conditioning still holds them to their terrible past. For sins such as these, they can never atone.
Oh, that's a horrifying sound. Touch the girl and you burn! Oh good, you heard me! Then stay the fuck back. Yes, you are. Now please hurry it up.
Hurry! Hurry, Mr. Bubbles!
Whew, she can walk right under it. Thank goodness.
Hurry, Mr. B! Angels are waiting for our kisses.
Burn!
Don't be a slowpoke. Angels. Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to waste.
Okay. I'm out of traps, so this will have to be enough.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see
Watch out! For certain, their heartbeat will draw the attention of this blind person.
it was pretty angel, Mr. B.
Oh, you did, Erin. Well, thank you for doing that. She had a great time earlier. The ironic thing is that these burning corpses are just another deterrent. Are we good? Nope. On the combination, I said it fits you, Andrea. Kind of in the middle of something.
Hurry, Mr. B.
It wasn't my plan to set everything. Oh shit! Wasn't my plan to set everything on fire, but...
Hurry.
Oh, Red Mage's thing.
Bubbles.
I don't even know. Like, you guys have got me confused. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking at.
I'm ready for dream time, Mr. B.
Okay, well, we're almost out of here.
Hurry, Mr. B. Angels are waiting for our kisses.
What? No!
Time to go, Mr. B.
What the fuck? Who's shooting rockets?
Hop, hop. Mr. B, no time to wait.
Oh, there. Nope. Oh god, she got hit by a rocket.
Mr. B.
Thought I blocked both of them.
Angels don't wait for slowpokes.
Okay, so I guess in that way you get to pick. You got the 96% on all three, just pick. More surprised because they're so different.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see
Don't touch the fire, child.
hurry, hurry,
I don't care if you don't suffer the afterburn in the water. Die! I had enough napalm to turn them all into dust.
Never spliced up once the whole time I was down here in this aquarium. Figured it was bad to mix business with pleasure, but again, all the nose candy and full polish I've been wasting time with. This stuff is the mother's milk.
hurry, Mr. B. Angels are waiting for our kiss.
Oh, this is not good.
Don't be a slowpoke.
This is not a good place to be doing this.
Don't wait for slowpokes.
Hurry! They haven't seen will draw the attention of the slicer.
This one. Time to go. Adam, Mr. B. Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to wait.
Listen to your doctor!
Touch the arm, lose your life. Touch the girl and you die. Stay back.
Angel dancing in the sky. Hurry, Mr. B.
Oh, she's done. Now we're gonna have some fun.
Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bubbles. Hop, hop, Mr. B.
Come on, keep up, little one. Oh, shit. This ain't good. Oh, that's not good! Ow. Whew. Okay. No, 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 no. Not till the fire goes out. Stop. Stop. Not till the fire goes out. No. Stop. Not safe. Now it's safe.
Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Okay. Phew.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the angel
I didn't lose one. I'm proud of myself.
Time to go, Mr. E.
That might be plenty for the working scrubs and the pencil pushers. I need more. More. I want a slice.
Someone's going insane.
Fontaine is nearby. You are reaching close now.
Bienvenido al amorito.
Time to go, Mr. E.
Muchas gracias, señor.
There. You must use the needle of the little sister to drain Fontaine of his Adam. Always. Fontaine waits above. There will be no going back from here. Make sure you are ready to face him before.
Oh, I'm ready. Switch all ammunition to anti-personnel rounds. I want this to be as painful as possible for him. Alright, you son of a bitch. Let's dance. Alright, you ugly
Then pay with your blood.
I remember when me and the crowd put you in that sub. You were no more than 2. You were my ace in the hole. But you were also the closest thing I ever had to a son. And that's why this hurts. Betrayal, kid. Life ain't strictly business.
Jesus. What'd you do to yourself?
Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull
Ah!
Can I get it? I'll put you down.
Oh. Here, let me introduce you to some friends of mine. Dr. Bees! Ah! Come.
Need a minute.
You don't get a minute.
You think I'm alone in this world? I got more than enough moms to watch my back while I recharge.
Ah! That all you got, you son of a bitch? Oh shit, here he comes. What'd you call me?
This is what I get? You think I'm alone in this world? I got more than enough mouths to watch my back while I recharge.
Nah. You know what? They created me to be a monster, and sometimes the world needs monsters to kill monsters, starting with you. And I know just how to do it.
You think you got a shot at this?
Sure.
Barely getting started.
Oh, yeah? Aw! Fuck!
I had you built. I sent you topside. I called you back, showed you what you was capable of. Even that life you thought you had, that was something I dreamed up and had tattooed inside your head. Now, if you don't call that family, I don't know what is. And now...
Attaway, girls.
They offered you this city. And you refused it. And what did you do instead? What I've come to expect of you. You saved them. You gave them the one thing that was stolen from them. A chance. A chance to learn. To find love. To live. And in the end, what was your reward? You never said. But I think I know. A family.
And yeah, that's Bioshock 1. So, where do I even begin with this? Actually, I know where we can go, though, while I talk. We can go to the museum. So, where does it go from here? Well, what? Why did the game... What? I didn't close the game. What happened? That's weird. I was gonna go to the museum, but it just closed on me. Okay. Odd. Well, I guess from here we can go over to the meet and greet thing. So here's the deal. I love this game. I love it to death. Are there problems? Yes. Are there things that I wish could be better? Absolutely. And yet, it's such a good game. The thing about the morality in it is that, well, some people have complained that it's kind of bullshit, that, you know, if you choose to harvest one girl, you get the bad ending. But that was the whole point. The whole point is to show that, hey, are you a good enough person for this? Because with Andrew Ryan, it was always, you know, sure, it was one bad act, but it led to what happened in Rapture. Same thing with Fontaine. It was one evil act that led down that path. So by not harming any of the girls, you prove that that's not you. And in a way, like Dr. Tenenbaum said, you know, at the end of all things, we got what we always wanted. An actual family. Because remember, all of our stuff was made up. So, yeah. And again, I'm not going to lie, it always, yeah, exactly, Izzy. And I won't lie, it always makes me tear up a little bit at the end when you can see Jack, who's the character you play as, dying on his deathbed, and all 5 of the little girls that I mean, there's more, but they can only do 5. You see all the girls are there with him on his deathbed. Because no one wants to die alone. Ever. But with that brings Bioshock to a close. Will I do Bioshock 2? Probably, but not right after this. Because spooky season will be over spooky month will be over next week. I'll think about it. We're going to get Bioshock 2 in there somewhere. Imagine him dying of old age at 30. Well, the good news is that wasn't the case. He lived a full life. According to the developers, he lived to be like, I think 80 or 90 or something. Something like that. He got to live a while. Let me find us someone to raid tonight. Because I do think it's good time to celebrate. I think let's see, who is streaming right now? I don't know if Cataclysm has started his stream yet. Oh yeah, he lived a long time. Because remember, he was genetically made, so he was probably going to live a long time. Let me see, who can we go say hi to? Well, no, he wasn't his aging wasn't accelerated. That's the thing, his aging wasn't accelerated. None of it was, if I recall correctly. He was just born normally, genetically messed with, but his aging wasn't accelerated, I don't think. I don't know. I don't recall that being the case. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Regardless, let me find us someone here we can go say hi to. Yeah, Demon Goddess is streaming. Alright, well, let's go say hi to her then. Let's do that. Alright, let's do this. So, she's playing Ghost Recon Breakpoint, so that should be interesting. Alright, let's go. Hey, I don't know. The lore for Bioshock is really confusing because you have to like dive deep and look at and try to put everything together. So, either way, let's go say hi to Demon Goddess. As always, it has been a privilege and a pleasure to entertain all of you. I hope you all had a great time here. I've been Saruk Windcaller. Tomorrow we'll be doing Monster Hunter with Grinx and Psydrag. And remember that the memories we make in life, good and bad, make us who we are. Never trade them for anything. I love you guys. Say hi to Demon Goddess for me. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.